The Industrial Revolution. The beginning of large-scale machine industry was laid in England. In this country there were favorable historical conditions for the rapid development of the capitalist mode of production. The early abolition of serfdom and the abolition of feudal fragmentation, the victory of the bourgeois revolution in the 17th century, the forcible dispossession of the peasantry, and the accumulation of capital through widespread trade and the plundering of the colonies. In the middle of the 18th century, England was a country with a large number of manufactures. The most important branch of industry was textile production. It was from this branch that the Industrial Revolution that took place in England during the last third of the 18th century and the first quarter of the 19th century began. The expansion of the market and the pursuit of profit by the capitalists necessitated the improvement of the technique of production. In the cotton industry, which developed faster than other branches of production, manual labor prevailed. The main operations in the cotton industry are spinning and weaving. The product of the spinner's labor is the object of the weaver's labor. The growth in demand for cotton fabrics affected primarily the weaving technique. In 1733, the airplane shuttle was invented, which doubled the productivity of the weaver. This caused spinning to lag behind weaving. In manufactories, looms were often idle due to a lack of yarn. There was an urgent need to improve the spinning technique. This problem was solved by the invention, in 1765 to 1767, of spinning machines, 65 each of which had 1.5 to 2 dozen spindles. The motive power of the first machines was man himself or working cattle. Then there were machines that were driven by the power of water. Further technical improvements allowed not only to increase the production of yarn, but also to improve its quality. At the end of the 18th century, there were already spinning machines with up to 400 spindles. As a result of these inventions, the productivity of labor in spinning has greatly increased. A new disparity has now arisen in the cotton industry. Spinning has overtaken weaving. This discrepancy was eliminated by the invention of the power loom in 1785. After a number of improvements, the power loom became widespread in England and by the 40s of the 19th century completely replaced hand weaving. The processes of fabric processing, bleaching, dyeing, printing, have also undergone radical changes. The use of chemicals has reduced the duration of these processes and improved the quality of products. The first textile factories were built along riverbeds, and machines were powered by water wheels. This severely limited the possibilities of using machine technology. A new type of engine was needed, regardless of the terrain and season. Such an engine was the steam engine, invented in Russia in 1763, but not widespread at that time. In England the steam engine was invented in 1784. The use of the steam engine was of great importance. A steam engine is an engine of universal importance, free from the many disadvantages inherent in a water engine. By consuming coal and water, the steam engine produces a motive power which is entirely under the control of man. This machine is mobile. It frees industry from its attachment to natural energy sources and makes it possible to concentrate production anywhere. The steam engine began to spread rapidly not only in England, but also abroad, creating the prerequisites for the emergence of large factories with many machines and a large number of workers. Machines have revolutionized manufacturing in all industries. They covered not only cotton production, but were also used in the wool, linen, and silk industries. Ways were soon found to use the steam engine in transport. In 1807, the first steamboat was built in the United States, and in 1825, the first railroad was built in England. Initially, machines were made in manufactories with the help of manual labor. They were expensive, not powerful enough, and they weren't perfect enough. The manufactories could not produce the number of machinery required for the rapidly growing industry. The problem was solved by the transition to machine production of machines. A new, rapidly developing branch of industry emerged, mechanical engineering. The first machines were made mainly of wood. Then the wooden parts of the machines began to be replaced by metal ones. The substitution of metal for wood, by increasing the durability and strength of machines, made it possible to work at a speed and with a strain that had previously been unthinkable. At the beginning of the 19th century, mechanical hammers, presses, metalworking machines were invented, lathe, then milling and drilling. For the production of machines, locomotives, rails, and steamships, huge quantities of iron and steel were needed. Metallurgy began to develop rapidly. Of great importance in the development of metallurgy was the discovery of a method for smelting iron ores using mineral fuel instead of wood. Blast furnaces were improved more and more. From the 30s of the 19th century, cold blast began to be replaced by hot blast, which accelerated the blast furnace process and gave great fuel savings. New, more advanced methods of steel smelting were discovered. The spread of the steam engine and the growth of metallurgy caused the need for huge quantities of coal, which led to the rapid growth of the coal industry. As a result of the Industrial Revolution, England became the industrial workshop of the world. Following England, machine production began to spread to other countries of Europe and America. The Industrial Revolution in France took place over several decades after the Bourgeois Revolution of 1789 to 1794. Dominant position in industry of France, the capitalist factory occupied only the second half of the 19th century. In Germany, due to its feudal fragmentation and long-term preservation serf relations, the Industrial Revolution took place later than in England and France. Large industry began to develop in Germany only in the 40s years of the 19th century and especially quickly, after the unification of Germany into a single state in 1871. In the United States of America, large-scale industry emerged at the beginning of the 19th century. The American machine industry began to develop rapidly after the Civil War of 1861 to 1865. At the same time, the technical achievements of English industry were widely used, as well as the influx of free capital and skilled workers from Europe. In Russia, the transition from manufacture to the machine stage of production began before the abolition of serfdom, but unfolded in full scope in the first decades after the peasant reform of 1861. This had a particularly striking effect on the mining industry of the Urals. Capitalist industrialization. The Industrial Revolution marked the beginning of capitalist industrialization. The basis of industrialization is heavy industry and the production of means of production. Capitalist industrialization is carried out spontaneously, in the pursuit of profit by the capitalists. It usually begins with the development of light industry, that is, branches that produce goods for personal consumption. In these industries, less investment is required, capital is turned over more quickly, and it is easier to make a profit than in heavy industry, that is, in industries that produce tools and other means of production, such as machinery, metal, and fuel. Heavy industry begins to develop only after a long period of time, during which light industry accumulates profits. These profits are gradually being pumped into heavy industry. Capitalist industrialization, then, is a process that has been going on for many decades. In England, for example, the textile industry grew faster than others for a long time. During the first half of the 19th century, it remained the main, most developed branch of English industry. In the second half of the 19th century, heavy industry began to play a predominant role. The same consistency in the development of branches of industry took place in other capitalist countries. In the second half of the 19th century, metallurgy continued to develop, improved metal smelting technology, the size of blast furnaces increased. Grew quickly iron production. In England, pig iron production increased from 193,000 tons in 1800, rose to 2,285,000 tons in 1850, 6,059,000 tons in 1871 and 7,873,000 tons in 1880. In the USA, from 41,000 tons in 1800 to 573,000 tons in 1850, 1,692,000 tons in 1870 and 3,897,000 tons in 1880. Until the last third of the 19th century, the steam engine remained the only type of engine used in large-scale industry and transport. Steam played a huge role in development of the machine industry. Throughout the 19th century, further improvement of the steam engine, the power of steam engines increased, the degree use of thermal energy. In the 80s of the 19th century, a steam turbine was created. Thanks to its advantages, it began to displace the steam engine in a number of industries. However, the more large-scale industry grew, the more rapidly the insufficiency of steam as a motive power was discovered. A new type of engine was invented, the internal combustion engine, first a gas engine, 1877, and then a liquid fuel engine, the diesel engine, 1893. In the last third of the 19th century, a new powerful force entered the arena of economic life, which revolutionized production even more, electricity. In the 19th century, machine technology embraced one branch of industry after another. The mining industry is developing, i.e. the extraction of ore and coal. In connection with the invention of the internal combustion engine, oil production is increasing. The chemical industry is developing widely. The rapid growth of the large-scale machine industry was accompanied by the intensive construction of railways. Capitalist industrialization is carried out both through the exploitation of wage workers and the ruin of the peasantry of one's own country, and through the robbery of the working people of other countries, especially the colonies. It inevitably leads to an aggravation of the contradictions of capitalism and to the impoverishment of the vast masses of workers, peasants and artisans. History knows various paths of capitalist industrialization. The first path of capitalist industrialization is the way of seizing and plundering colonies. This is how the industry of England developed. Having seized colonies in all parts of the world, England in the course of 2 centuries siphoned off enormous profits from them and invested them in her industry. The second path is the path of war and indemnities levied by the victorious countries on defeated countries. Thus, Germany, having defeated France in the Franco-Prussian War, forced she paid 5 billion francs in indemnity and invested it in her industry. The third way is the path of enslaving concessions and loans, which lead to the economic and political dependence of the backward countries on the capitalistically developed countries. Tsarist Russia, for example, leased concessions and received loans from the Western powers on onerous terms, thus trying to gradually get out on the path of industrialization. This led to the transformation of Tsarist Russia into a semi-colony. In the history of individual countries, these different paths of capitalist industrialization have often intertwined and complemented each other. An example of this is the history of the economic development of the United States of America. Large-scale U.S. industry was created through foreign loans and long-term credits, as well as through the unbridled plundering of the Native American population. In spite of the development of the machine industry in the bourgeois countries, the vast majority of the population of the capitalist world continues to live and work under the domination of primitive manual techniques. Growth of cities and industrial centers. The formation of a proletarian class. Capitalist industrialization led to the rapid growth of cities and industrial centers. The number of large cities in Europe, with a population of over 100,000, increased 7 times during the 19th century. The share of the urban population continuously increased at the expense of the rural population. In England already in the middle of the 19th century, and in Germany by the beginning of the XX century, more than half of the total population was concentrated in cities. In the manufacturing period of capitalism, the masses of wage workers did not yet constitute an established class of proletarians. The workers in the manufactories were comparatively few in number, largely connected with agriculture, scattered among a multitude of small workshops, and divided by all sorts of narrow guild interests. As a result of the Industrial Revolution and the further development of machine industry, an industrial proletariat was formed in the capitalist countries. The number of the working class grew rapidly, and its ranks were constantly replenished at the expense of the impoverished peasantry and artisans. With the growth of large-scale machine industry, the local, guild, and class interests and prejudices of the first generations of workers, their utopian aspirations to regain the lost position of the medieval handicraftsman, gradually became obsolete. The masses of workers rallied into a single class, the proletariat. Describing the formation of the proletariat as a class, Engels wrote, "Only the development of capitalist production, modern industry and agriculture on a large scale has given the character of permanence to its existence, increased it numerically, and shaped it as a special class, with special interests and with a special historical mission." 29. In England, the number of workers in industry and transport in the second decade of the 19th century was about 2 million. Over the next 100 years it more than tripled. In France, there were about 2 million workers in industry and transport in the 60s of the 19th century, and by the beginning of the XX century their number was about 3.8 million. In the United States of America, the number of industrial and transportation workers was 1.8 million in 1859, and 6.8 million in 1899. In Germany, the number of industrial and transport workers increased from 700,000 in 1848 to 5 million in 1895. In Russia, after the abolition of serfdom, the process of forming a working class rapidly progressed. In 1865, 706,000 workers were employed in large factories, in the mining industry and on the railways, and in 1890 to 1,433,000. Thus, the number of workers in large capitalist enterprises has more than doubled in 25 years. By the end of the 1990s, in 50 provinces of European Russia, the number of workers in large factories, in the mining industry and on railways increased to 2,207,000, and throughout Russia to 2,792,000, 29f. Engels, The Labor Movement in America, K. Marx and F. Engels, Works, Volume 16, Part 1, page 287. Capitalist factory. Machine as a means of exploitation of wage labor by capital. A capitalist factory is a large-scale industrial enterprise based on the exploitation of wage workers and employing a system of machines for the production of commodities. A system of machines is a set of working machines that simultaneously perform the same production operations, e.g., homogeneous looms, or a set of heterogeneous but mutually complementary working machines. A heterogeneous machine system is a combination of partial working machines based on the division of production operations between them. Each partial machine gives work to another machine. Since all these machines operate simultaneously, the product is continuously at different stages of the production process, passing from one phase of production to another. By means of machines, the mechanization of labor is carried out. The use of machines provides a huge increase in labor productivity and a decrease in the cost of goods. A machine makes it possible to produce the same quantity of commodities with much less labor, or to produce much more commodities with the same expenditure of labor. In the 19th century, processing the same amount of cotton into yarn using a machine required 180 times less working time than with a manual spinning wheel. With the help of a machine, One adult worker or teenager printed the same amount of 4-color calico per hour as 200 adult workers used to print with manual labor. In the 18th century, under the manufacturing division of labor, a worker prepared 4,800 needles a day. In the 19th century, a single worker, working simultaneously on 4 machines, produced up to 600,000 needles a day. Under the capitalist mode of production, all the benefits of the use of machinery are appropriated by the owners of these machines, the capitalists, whose profits are growing. The factory is the highest form of capitalist cooperation. Capitalist cooperation, as joint labor performed on a comparatively large scale, necessitates a special function of management, supervision, and coordination of individual work. In a capitalist enterprise, the function of management is carried out by the capitalist and has specific features, appearing at the same time as a function of the exploitation of wage workers by capital. A capitalist is not a capitalist because he manages an industrial enterprise. On the contrary, he becomes the manager of an enterprise because he is a capitalist. Already in the case of simple capitalist cooperation, the capitalist frees himself from manual labor. With the increase in the scale of cooperation of labor, he also frees himself from the function of direct and constant supervision of the workers. These functions are delegated to a special category of hired workers, the managers, the foremen, who command the enterprise on behalf of the capitalist. Capitalist governance is despotic in nature. With the transition to the factory, the creation of a special, capitalist discipline of labor by capital is completed. The capitalist discipline of labor is the discipline of hunger. The worker is constantly under the threat of dismissal from the factory, under the threat of finding himself in the ranks of the unemployed. The capitalist factory is characterized by barracks discipline. Workers are punished with monetary fines and deductions from wages. The machine itself is a powerful means of facilitating work and increasing its productivity. But under capitalism, the machine serves as a means of intensifying the exploitation of wage labor. From the very beginning of its application, the machine becomes a competitor of the worker. Capitalist use of machinery primarily deprives tens and hundreds of thousands of manual laborers of their means of subsistence, which become redundant. So, with the widespread introduction of steam looms, 800,000 English weavers were thrown out on the street. Millions of Indian weavers were condemned to starvation and death, as Indian handmade fabrics could not withstand the competition of English machine-made fabrics. As a result of the increasing use of machines and their improvement, more and more hired workers are being displaced by machines, thrown out of the capitalist factory and onto the streets, adding to the growing army of unemployed. The machine simplifies the production process, makes the use of great muscular force of the worker superfluous. Therefore, with the transition to machine techniques, capital is widely involved in the production of women and children. The capitalist forces them to work in difficult conditions, for miserable wages. This entails a high infant mortality rate in working-class families and physical and moral mutilation of women and children. The machine opens up wide possibilities of reducing the labor time required for the production of commodities and thus creates the conditions for the shortening of the working day. The capitalist use of machinery, however, tends to lengthen the working day. In the pursuit of profit, the capitalist strives to make the fullest use of the machine. In the first place, the longer the useful action of a machine during the working day, the sooner it pays for itself. Secondly, the longer the working day and the fuller the use of machinery, the less danger there is that it will become technically obsolete and that other capitalists will have time to introduce better or less expensive machinery in their own country, thereby finding themselves in more advantageous conditions of production. The capitalist, therefore, strives to lengthen the working day as much as possible. In the hands of the capitalist, the machine is used to squeeze more labor out of the worker in a given time. Excessive intensity of labor, cramped factory premises, lack of air and light, lack of necessary measures for labor protection lead to mass occupational diseases of workers, to undermining their health and shortening their lives. Machine techniques opens up a wide field for the use of science in the process of production, for giving labor a more meaningful, creative character. But the capitalist use of machinery leads to the transformation of the worker into an appendage to the machine. The workers are left with only monotonous, exhausting physical labor. Mental work becomes the privilege of special workers, engineers, technicians, scientists. Science is separated from labor and serves capital. Under capitalism, the antagonism between physical and mental labor is becoming more and more pronounced. The machine marks the strengthening of man's power over the forces of nature. By increasing the productivity of labor, the machine increases the wealth of society. But this wealth goes to the capitalists, and the position of the worker, the class, the main productive force of society, is deteriorating more and more. Marx proved in Capital that it is not the machines themselves that are the enemy of the working class, but the capitalist system under which they are used. He wrote that the machine itself reduces working time, while its capitalist use lengthens the working day. In itself it makes labor easier, while its capitalist use increases its intensity. In itself it marks the victory of man over the forces of nature, capitalist its use enslaves man to the forces of nature. In itself it increases the wealth of the producer, but in capitalist use it turns him into a pauper. 30. From the very emergence of capitalist relations, the class struggle begins between wage workers and capitalists. It is carried out throughout the entire manufacturing period, and with the transition to machine production it acquires a wide scope and unprecedented sharpness. 30K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, pp. 446-447. The first expression of protest by the immature labor movement against the harmful consequences of the capitalist use of machine technology was attempts to destroy machines. The first shearing machine, invented in 1758, was burned by workers who, with the introduction of this machine, were left without work. At the beginning of the 19th century, a widespread movement of machine destroyers developed in the industrial districts of England, directed primarily against the steam loom. It took a certain amount of time and experience for the working class to realize that oppression and misery do not come from the machines themselves, but from their capitalist application. The capitalists widely used the machine as a powerful tool to suppress the periodic disturbances of workers, strikes, etc., directed against the autocracy of capital. After 1830, a significant number of inventions were brought to life in England directly by the interests of the class struggle of capitalists against workers. The desire capitalists, by reducing the number of employed workers and using less skilled labor, break the resistance of workers to the oppression of capital. Thus, the capitalist use of machinery causes a deterioration in the condition of the workers, an aggravation of the class contradictions between labor and capital. Large-scale industry and agriculture. The development of large-scale industry led to the use of machinery in agriculture as well. The possibility of using machines is one of the most important advantages of large-scale production. Machines enormously increase the productivity of labor in agriculture. But they are not available to small peasant farms, since the purchase of machines requires significant funds. The machine can be used efficiently in the presence of large sown areas, in the introduction of industrial crops into production, etc. In a large-scale farm based on machine techniques, the cost of labor per unit of output is much lower than in a small peasant economy based on backward techniques and manual labor. As a consequence, small peasant farming cannot withstand competition from large-scale capitalist farming. The spread of agricultural machinery under capitalist conditions accelerates the process of stratification of the peasantry. The systematic use of machinery in agriculture displaces the patriarchal average peasant as inexorably as the steam loom displaces the manual artisan weaver. 31. Capitalism raises the technique of agriculture and advances it, but it cannot do this otherwise than by ruining the mass of small producers. At the same time, hired labor in agriculture is so cheap that many large farms do not use machines, but prefer to use manual labor. This hinders the development of machinery in agricultural production. The capitalist use of machinery in agriculture is inevitably accompanied by an intensification of the exploitation of the agricultural proletariat by increasing the intensity of labor. For example, a type of reaping machines, which was widespread at the time, was called lobogers, since working on them required a lot of physical exertion. In the machine period of capitalism, the separation of industry from agriculture is completed, and the antagonism between town and country deepens and becomes more acute. Under capitalism, agriculture lags excessively behind industry in its development. Lenin pointed out that the agriculture of the capitalist countries at the beginning of the XX century was closer to the manufacturing stage in terms of its technical and economic level. 31 volts. Lenin, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, Essays, Volume 3, pp. 193-194. The introduction of machinery into agricultural production under capitalism occurs much more slowly than in industry. If the steam engine made it possible to carry out fundamental technical changes in industry, then in agriculture it found application only in the form of steam thresher. The complex mechanical threshing machine subsequently combined threshing, cleaning and sorting of grain. Only in the last quarter of the 19th century did horse-drawn grain harvesting machines become widespread, reapers binders. The Caterpillar tractor was invented back in the 80s of the last century, and the wheeled one at the beginning of the XX century, but more or less widespread. The use of tractors in large capitalist farms began only in the 20s of this century, mainly in the USA. However, in the agriculture of most countries of the capitalist world, to this day the main driving force is draft animals, and the tools for cultivating the soil are a horse-drawn plow, a harrow, and a cultivator. Capitalist socialization of labor in production. The limits of the use of machines under capitalism. On the basis of machine techniques under capitalism, great progress was made in the development of the productive forces of society in comparison with the feudal mode of production. Large-scale machine industry has effected a profound revolution in the entire structure of economic life. The machine was a revolutionary force that transformed society. The transition from the manufactory to the factory marks a complete technical revolution that overthrows the manual skill of the master that has been acquired for centuries. and this technical revolution inevitably leads to the most drastic breakdown in the social relations of production, a final split between the various groups of people involved in production, a complete break with tradition, an aggravation and expansion of all the dark sides of capitalism, mass socialization of labor by capitalism. Large-scale machine industry is thus the last word of capitalism, the last word of its negative and positive aspects. 32. On the basis of large-scale machine industry, a spontaneous process of broad socialization of labor by capital is taking place. First, as a result of the use of machinery, industrial production is increasingly concentrated in large enterprises. The machine itself requires the joint work of many workers. Secondly, under capitalism there is a further development of the social division of labor. The number of industries in agriculture is increasing. At the same time, individual industries and enterprises are becoming more and more dependent on each other. With the wide specialization of industries, the manufacturer who produces, for example, fabrics, becomes directly dependent on the manufacturer who produces yarn, the latter on the capitalist who produces cotton, on the owner of the machine-building factory, the coal mines, etc. Thirdly, the fragmentation of small economic units inherent in subsistence farming disappears, and the local small markets merge into a huge national and world market. Fourthly, capitalism with its machinery displaces various forms of personal dependence of the worker. The basis of production is free hired labor. A greater mobility of the population is created, which ensures a continuous influx of labor into growing industries. Fifth, with the spread of machine production, many industrial centers and large cities appeared. Society is increasingly splitting into two main antagonistic classes, the capitalist class and the wage worker class. 32 volts. I. Lenin, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, Works, Volume 3, p. 397. The socialization of labor and production, achieved on the basis of machine techniques, was a significant step forward in the progressive development of society. But the self-interested interests of the capitalists, who strive for profit, set certain limits to the development of the productive forces. From the social point of view, the employment of a machine is advantageous if the labor which it costs to produce the machine is less than the labor which is saved by its employment, and also if the machine facilitates labor. For the capitalist, however, what matters is not the economy of social labor or the lightening of the laborer's labor, but the economy of wages. The limit of the use of machinery for the capitalist is, therefore, narrower. It is determined by the difference between the price of the machine and the wages of the workers it displaces. The lower the wages of the workers, the weaker is the tendency of the capitalist to introduce machinery. That is why manual labor is still widely used in industry even in the most developed capitalist countries. Large-scale machine industry intensified the competitive struggle among the capitalists and intensified the spontaneity and anarchy of all social production. The capitalist use of machinery brought with it not only the rapid development of the productive forces of society, but also an unprecedented increase in the oppression of labor by capital, the sharpening of all the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production. Brief conclusions. 1. The transition from manufacture to large-scale machine industry meant the Industrial Revolution. Of great importance for the transition to the machine industry were the invention of the steam engine, the improvement of the method of smelting metal, and the creation of machines that produced machines. The machine conquered one area of production after another. 2. With the growth of capitalism, the process of capitalist industrialization of the most important countries of Europe and America takes place. Capitalist industrialization usually begins with the development of light industry. In the industrialization of the capitalist countries, an important role is played by the plundering of colonies in vanquished countries, as well as by the acquisition of enslaving loans. Capitalist industrialization is based on the exploitation of wage labor and intensifies the ruin of the broad masses of the peasantry and artisans. It leads to a further growth of the social division of labor, completes the separation of industry from agriculture, and sharpens the antagonism between town and country. 3. A capitalist factory is a large-scale enterprise based on the exploitation of wage workers and employing a system of machines for the production of commodities. The management of the capitalist factory is despotic. In capitalist society, the use of machinery is accompanied by an increase in the severity of the labor of the wage worker, an intensification of his exploitation, and the involvement in production of women and children who receive miserable wages. Capitalist machine production completes the process of separating mental labor from physical labor and sharpens the antagonism between them. 4. The development of large-scale machine industry leads to the growth of cities, the increase of the urban population at the expense of the rural population, the formation of a class of wage workers, the proletariat, and an increase in its number. Under capitalism, agriculture lags far behind industry. The growing use of machinery in agriculture accelerates the process of disintegration of the peasantry. 5. Large-scale machine industry plays a historically progressive role, leading to an increase in labor productivity and to the socialization of labor by capital. The limits of the capitalist use of machinery are determined by the fact that the capitalists introduce the machine only when its price is less than the wages of the workers displaced by the machine. Chapter 7. Capital and Surplus-Value. The basic economic law of capitalism. The basis of the relations of production of the capitalist system. With the transition from manufacture to large-scale machine industry, the capitalist mode of production became dominant. In industry, instead of handicraft workshops and manufactories based on manual labor, factories and plants appeared, in which labor was armed with complex machines. Large-scale capitalist economies began to emerge in agriculture, using agricultural machinery and agricultural machinery. New techniques have grown, new productive forces have been formed, and new, capitalist relations of production have taken a dominant position. The study of the relations of production in capitalist society in their origin, development, and decline constitutes the main content of Marx's Capital. The basis of the relations of production of bourgeois society is capitalist ownership of the means of production. Capitalist ownership of the means of production is the non-labor private property of the capitalists, which is used for the exploitation of wage workers. According to Marx's classic characterization, the capitalist mode of production rests on the fact that the material conditions of production, in the form of ownership of capital and ownership of land, are in the hands of the non-workers, while the masses possess only the personal condition of production, labor power. 3.3. Capitalist production is based on wage labor. Wage workers are free from the bondage of serfdom. But they are deprived of the means of production and are forced to sell their labor power to the capitalists under the threat of starvation. The exploitation of the proletariat by the bourgeoisie is the main feature of capitalism, and the relation between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat is the basic class relation of the capitalist system. In countries where the capitalist mode of production predominates, side by side with capitalist relations, there are more or less significant remnants of pre-capitalist forms of economy. There is no pure capitalism in any country. In addition to capitalist property, in bourgeois countries there is large-scale landed property of landlords, as well as small-scale private property of simple commodity producers. Peasants and artisans who live by their own labor. Small-scale production plays a subordinate role under capitalism. The mass of small commodity producers in town and country is exploited by the capitalists and landlords, the owners of factories and plants, banks, commercial enterprises, and land. The capitalist mode of production passes through two stages in its development: pre-monopoly and monopolistic. The general economic laws of capitalism operate at both stages of its development. At the same time, monopoly capitalism has a number of essential features, which will be discussed later. Let us now proceed to consider the essence of capitalist exploitation. 33k. Marx, Critique of the Gotha Program, K. Marx, F. Engels, Selected Works, Volume 2, 1945, page 16. The transformation of money into capital. Labor power as a commodity. Each capital begins its journey in the form of a certain amount of money. Money in itself is not capital. When, for example, independent small commodity producers exchange commodities, money acts as a medium of circulation, but it does not serve as capital. The formula of commodity circulation is as follows. C, commodity, M, money. C, commodity, i.e., the sale of one commodity for the purchase of another. Money becomes capital when it is used for the exploitation of the labor of others. The general formula of capital is M, C, M, i.e., buying for sale for the purpose of enrichment. The formula CMC means that one use value is exchanged for another. The commodity producer gives away the commodity which he does not need, and receives in exchange another commodity which he needs for consumption. On the contrary, in the formula MCM, the starting and ending points of the movement coincide. At the beginning of the journey the capitalist had money, and at the end of the journey he has money. The movement of capital would be aimless if, at the end of the operation, the capitalist had the same amount of money as he had at the beginning. The whole point of the capitalist's activity is that as a result of the operation he has more money than he had at the beginning. The general formula of capital, therefore, in its full form, is M, C, M, where M denotes an increased sum of money. The capital advanced by the capitalist, i.e., put into circulation by him, returns to its owner with a certain increase. This increase of capital is the aim of its owner. Where do capital gains come from? Bourgeois economists, in order to conceal the real source of the enrichment of the capitalists, often assert that this increase arises from the circulation of commodities. Such an assertion is untenable. Indeed, if commodities and money of equal value, i.e., equivalents, are exchanged, none of the owners of commodities can derive from circulation a greater value than that embodied in his commodity. If sellers manage to sell their goods above their value by, say, 10%, then when they become buyers, they must overpay sellers the same 10%. Thus, what the owners of goods gain as sellers, they lose as buyers. In reality, however, the growth of capital takes place in the case of the entire capitalist class. It is evident that the owner of money, who has become a capitalist, must find on the market a commodity which, when consumed, creates a value greater than that which he himself possesses. In other words, the owner of money must find on the market a commodity whose use value itself has the property of being a source of value. Such a commodity is labor power. Labor power is the sum total of the physical and spiritual faculties which man possesses and which he employs when he produces material goods. In any form of society, labor power is a necessary element of production. But it is only under capitalism that labor power becomes a commodity. Capitalism is commodity production at the highest stage of its development, when labor power also becomes a commodity. With the transformation of labor power into a commodity, commodity production assumes a universal character. Capitalist production is based on wage labor, and the hiring of the laborer by the capitalist is nothing but the purchase and sale of the commodity labor power. The laborer sells his labor power, the capitalist buys it. By hiring a worker, the capitalist has his labor power at his complete disposal. The capitalist employs this labor power in the process of capitalist production, in which the growth of capital takes place. The value and use value of labor power. The law of surplus value is the basic law of capitalism. Like any other commodity, labor power is sold at a certain price, which is based on the value of that commodity. What does this cost? In order for the worker to retain the ability to work, he must satisfy his food needs, clothes, shoes, housing. The satisfaction of the necessities of life is the restoration of the expended vital energy of the worker, muscular, nervous, cerebral, and the restoration of his working capacity. Further, capital needs a continuous supply of labor power. As a consequence, the worker must be able to support not only himself, but also his family. This ensures the reproduction, i.e., the constant renewal of labor power. Finally, capital needs not only untrained workers, but also skilled workers who know how to operate complex machines, and the acquisition of skills involves a certain amount of training labor. Therefore, the costs of production and reproduction of labor power also include a certain minimum expenditure on the education of the rising generations of the working class. From all this it follows that the value of the commodity labor power is equal to the value of the means of subsistence necessary for the maintenance of the laborer and his family. The value of labor power, like that of any other commodity, is determined by the labor time necessary for the production, and consequently for the reproduction, of this specific article of trade. 34. In the course of the historical development of society, both the level of the ordinary needs of the worker and the means of satisfying these needs change. The level of the ordinary needs of the worker varies from country to country. 34K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, page 177. The peculiarities of the historical path traversed by a given country and the conditions in which the class of wage workers was formed largely determine the nature of its needs. Climatic and other natural conditions also exert a certain influence on the worker's needs for food, clothing, and housing. The value of labor power includes not only the value of the articles of consumption necessary for the restoration of man's physical strength, but also the cost of satisfying the cultural needs of the worker and his family, the education of children, the purchase of newspapers, books, visits to the cinema, the theater, and so on. Capitalists always and everywhere strive to reduce the material and cultural conditions of life of the working class to the lowest level. When the capitalist sets to work, he buys everything necessary for production: buildings, machinery, equipment, raw materials, fuel. Then he hires workers, and the production process begins in the enterprise. When the commodity is ready, the capitalist sells it. The value of the finished commodity includes: first, the value of the means of production expended, processed raw materials, consumed fuel, a certain part of the value of buildings, machinery and tools. Secondly, the new value created by the labor of the workers in the enterprise. What is this new value? Let us assume that an hour of simple average labor creates a value equal to $1, and the daily value of labor is equal to $6. In this case, to recover the daily cost of his labor power, the worker must work for 6 hours. But the capitalist bought labor for the whole day, and he forces the proletarian to work not for 6 hours, but for a whole working day, which lasts, let's say, 12 hours. During these 12 hours the worker creates a value equal to $12, while the value of his labor power is equal to $6. Now we see what the specific use value of the commodity, the labor power, consists in for the buyer of this commodity, the capitalist. The use value of a commodity, labor power, is its property of being a source of value, and a greater value than it possesses. The value of labor power and the value created in the process of its consumption are two different magnitudes. The difference between these two magnitudes is a necessary prerequisite for capitalist exploitation. The capitalist mode of production presupposes a comparatively high level of labor productivity, in which the worker needs only a part of the working day to create value equal to the value of his labor power. In our example, the capitalist, having spent $6 in hiring a worker, obtains a value of $12 created by the laborer's labor. The capitalist recovers the capital originally advanced with an increment or surplus of $6. This increment constitutes surplus value. Surplus value is the value created by the labor of the wage laborer over and above the value of his labor power and appropriated by the capitalist free of charge. Thus, surplus value is the result of the unpaid labor of the laborer. The working day in a capitalist enterprise is divided into two parts: necessary labor time and surplus labor time, and the labor of the wage laborer is divided into necessary and surplus labor. In the course of the necessary labor time, the laborer reproduces the value of his labor power, and in the course of surplus labor time, he creates surplus value. The labor of the worker under capitalism is the process of the capitalist's consumption of labor power, or the process of squeezing surplus value out of the laborer by the capitalist. The labor process under capitalism is characterized by two fundamental features. In the first place, the worker works under the control of the capitalist, to whom the worker's labor belongs. Secondly, the capitalist owns not only the labor of the worker, but also the product of that labor. These peculiarities of the labor process turn the labor of the wage worker into a heavy and shameful burden. The immediate aim of capitalist production is the production of surplus value. According to this, under capitalism there is only such labor as creates surplus value. If the worker does not create surplus value, his labor is unproductive labor, unnecessary for capital. In contrast to the previous forms of exploitation, slave holding and feudal capitalist exploitation has a disguised character. When the wage laborer sells his labor power to the capitalist, this transaction appears at first sight to be an ordinary transaction between the owners of commodities, an ordinary exchange of commodities for money, carried out in full accordance with the law of value. However, the transaction of the purchase and sale of labor power is only an external form, behind which is concealed the exploitation of the worker by the capitalist, the appropriation by the employer without any equivalent of the unpaid labor of the worker. In elucidating the essence of capitalist exploitation, we assume that the capitalist, by hiring a worker, pays him the full value of his labor power, in strict accordance with the law of value. In what follows, when considering wages, it will be shown that, unlike the prices of other commodities, the price of labor power tends to deviate downward from its value. This further increases the exploitation of the working class by the capitalist class. Capitalism enables the wage worker to work and, consequently, to live only insofar as he works for the capitalist for a certain amount of time for nothing. Having left one capitalist enterprise, the worker, in the most favorable case for him, ends up in another capitalist enterprise, where he is subjected to the same exploitation. Exposing the system of hired labor as a system of hired slavery, Marx pointed out that the Roman slave was chained, and the hired worker was tied by invisible threads to his owner. This owner is the capitalist class as a whole. The basic economic law of capitalism is the law of surplus value. Describing capitalism, Marx wrote, "The production of surplus value or profit is the absolute law of this mode of production." 35. This law defines the essence of capitalist production. The surplus value created by the unpaid labor of the wage earners is the common source of the unearned income of the entire bourgeois class. On the basis of the distribution of surplus value, definite relations are formed between the various groups of the bourgeoisie: industrialists, merchants, bankers, as well as between the capitalist class and the landowning class. The pursuit of surplus value plays a major role in the development of the productive forces under capitalism. None of the previous forms of exploitation, neither slavery nor feudalism, had such a power to stimulate the growth of technology. Under the social order that preceded capitalism, technology developed very slowly. Capital, in its pursuit of surplus value, brought about a radical revolution in the old methods of production, the Industrial Revolution, which gave rise to large-scale machine industry. Lenin called the doctrine of surplus value the cornerstone of Marx's economic theory. By elucidating the source of the exploitation of the working class, surplus value, Marx gave the working class a spiritual weapon for the overthrow of capitalism. By revealing the essence of capitalist exploitation in his doctrine of surplus value, Marx dealt a mortal blow to bourgeois political economy and its assertions of the harmony of class interests under capitalism. 35K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953. Page 624. Capital as a social relation of production. Constant and variable capital. Bourgeois economists declare as capital every instrument of labor, every means of production, beginning with the stone and stick of primitive man. The purpose of this definition of capital is to obscure the essence of the exploitation of the worker by the capitalist, to present capital as the eternal and unchangeable condition of the existence of all human society. As a matter of fact, the stone and stick of primitive man serve him as instruments of labor, but not as capital. Nor are the tools and raw materials of the artisan, implements, seeds, and draft animals of the peasant who farms on the basis of personal labor. The means of production become capital only at a certain stage of historical development, when they are the private property of the capitalist and serve as a means of exploiting wage labor. Capital is value, which, through the exploitation of hired laborers, brings surplus value. In Marx's phrase, capital is dead labor, which, like a vampire, comes to life only when it absorbs living labor and lives all the more fully the more living labor it absorbs. 36. Capital embodies the productive relation between the capitalist class and the working class, in which the capitalists, as owners of the means and conditions of production, exploit the wage workers who create surplus value for them. This relation of production, like all other relations of production in capitalist society, takes the form of a relation of things and appears as a property of the things themselves, the means of production, to yield income to the capitalist. 36. K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, page 238. This is the fetishism of capital. In the capitalist mode of production, the deceptive appearance is created that the means of production, or a certain amount of money with which the means of production can be bought, have in themselves the miraculous ability to provide their owner with a regular unearned income. Different parts of capital play different roles in the process of production of surplus value. The entrepreneur spends a certain part of his capital on the construction of a factory building, on the purchase of equipment and machinery, on the purchase of raw materials, fuel, and auxiliary materials. The value of this part of the capital is transferred to the newly produced commodity in proportion as the means of production are consumed or worn out in the process of labor. The portion of capital which exists in the form of the value of the means of production does not change its magnitude in the process of production, and is therefore called constant capital. The other part of the capital is spent by the entrepreneur on the purchase of labor power, on the hiring of laborers. In exchange for this part of the capital expended, the entrepreneur obtains at the end of the process of production a new value, which is produced by the workers in his business. This new value, as we have seen, is greater than the value of the labor power bought by the capitalist. Thus, the part of capital expended on the wages of the workers changes in the process of production. It increases as a result of the creation by the workers of the surplus value appropriated by the capitalist. That part of the capital which is expended in the purchase of labor power, i.e., in the wages of the laborers, and which increases in the process of production is called variable capital. Marx denotes constant capital with the Latin letter C, and variable capital with the letter V. The division of capital into constant and variable parts was first established by Marx. By means of this division, the special role of variable capital, which is used for the purchase of labor power, has been revealed. The exploitation of wage workers by capitalists is the real source of surplus value. Marx's discovery of the dual character of labor embodied in commodities was the key to distinguishing between constant and variable capital, to uncovering the essence of capitalist exploitation. Marx showed that the laborer, by his labor, simultaneously creates new value and transfers the value of the means of production to the commodity produced. As concrete labor, the laborer's labor transfers to the product the value of the expended means of production, and as abstract labor, as the expenditure of labor power in general, the labor of the same laborer creates new value. These two aspects of the labor process differ very tangibly. For example, if the productivity of labor in a given industry is doubled, the spinner will transfer twice the value of the means of production to the product during the working day, since he will process twice the mass of cotton, and he will create the same amount of new value as before. The rate of surplus value. Capital did not invent surplus labor. Wherever society consists of exploiters and exploited, the ruling class sucks the surplus labor out of the exploited classes. But unlike the slaveholder and the feudal lord, who, under the conditions of the domination of natural economy, turned the overwhelming part of the product of surplus labor of slaves and serfs to the direct satisfaction of their needs and whims, the capitalist converts the entire product of surplus labor of hired workers into money. Part of this money is spent by the capitalist on the purchase of articles of consumption and luxuries, and the other part of the money is put back into use as additional capital which yields new surplus value. Capital, therefore, shows, as Marx put it, a veritable wolfish greed for surplus labor. The degree of exploitation of the worker by the capitalist is expressed in the rate of surplus value. The rate of surplus value is the ratio of surplus value to variable capital, expressed as a percentage. The rate of surplus value shows the proportion in which the labor expended by the laborers is divided into necessary and surplus labor, in other words, how much of the working day the proletarian spends in replacing the value of his labor power, and how much part of the working day he labors for nothing for the capitalist. Marx denotes surplus value with the Latin letter S, and the rate of surplus value with S. In the above case, the rate of surplus value, expressed as a percentage, is as follows. $6 m equals blank, 100 equals 100%. $6. The rate of surplus value here is 100%. This means that in this case the laborer's labor is equally divided into necessary and surplus labor. With the development of capitalism, there is an increase in the rate of surplus value, which expresses an increase in the degree of exploitation of the proletariat by the bourgeoisie. The mass of surplus value grows still more rapidly, because the number of wage laborers exploited by capital increases. In his article Workers' Earnings and Capitalists' Profits in Russia, written in 1912, Lenin gave the following calculation showing the degree of exploitation of the proletariat in pre-revolutionary Russia. According to the results of the official survey of factories and plants made in 1908, which undoubtedly gave exaggerated figures on the amount of workers' earnings and understated figures on the amount of capitalists' profits, the workers' wages amounted to 555.7 million rubles, while the capitalists' profits amounted to 568.7 million rubles. The total number of workers of the surveyed enterprises of large-scale factory industry was 2,254,000 people. Thus, the average wage of a worker was 246 rubles a year, and each worker brought an average profit of 252 rubles a year to the capitalist. Thus, in Tsarist Russia, the worker worked less than half the day for himself, and the greater half of the day for the capitalist. 2 ways to increase exploitation. Absolute and relative surplus value. Every capitalist strives in every possible way to increase the share of surplus labor squeezed out of the worker. The increase in surplus value is achieved in 2 main ways. Let us take, for example, a working day of 12 hours, of which 6 hours are necessary and 6 hours are surplus labor. Let us draw this working day in the form of a line on which each division is equal to 1 hour. Worker day equals 12 hours. I. Required work time equals 6 o'clock time equals 6 o'clock. I. The first way of increasing the degree of exploitation of the worker is that the capitalist increases the surplus value he receives by lengthening the whole working day, say, by 2 hours. In this case, the working day will look like this. Worker day equals 14 hours. Required work time equals 8 o'clock time equals 8 o'clock. The magnitude of surplus labor time has increased as a result of the absolute lengthening of the working day as a whole, and the necessary labor time has remained unchanged. The surplus value produced by the prolongation of the working day is called absolute surplus value. The second way of increasing the degree of exploitation of the worker is that, while the total length of the working day remains the same, the surplus value received by the capitalist increases as a result of the reduction of the necessary labor time. An increase in the productivity of labor in the branches which produce the articles of consumption of the workers, as well as the instruments and materials for the production of these articles of consumption, leads to a reduction in the labor time required for their production. As a consequence, the value of the means of subsistence of the workers decreases, and the value of labor power falls accordingly. Whereas in the past it took 6 hours to produce the means of subsistence of the worker, now, let us say, only 4 hours are expended. In this case, the working day will look like this. Working day equals 12 hours. Required work time equals 4 hours time equals 8 o'clock. The length of the working day has remained the same, but the magnitude of surplus labor time has increased because the relation between necessary and surplus labor time has changed. The surplus value resulting from the reduction of the necessary labor time and the corresponding increase in the surplus labor time is called relative surplus value. The 2 modes of increasing surplus value play different roles at different stages of the historical development of capitalism. In the manufacturing period, when technique was low and progressing comparatively slowly, the increase in absolute surplus value was of paramount importance. With the further development of capitalism, in the machine period, when highly developed technology makes it possible to rapidly increase the productivity of labor, the capitalists achieve a tremendous increase in the degree of exploitation of the workers, primarily through the growth of relative surplus value. At the same time, they are still doing their utmost to lengthen the working day, and especially to increase the intensity of work. The intensification of the labor of the workers is of the same importance to the capitalist as the lengthening of the working day. The lengthening of the working day from 10 to 11 hours, or the increase of the intensity of labor by 1/10, gives him the same result. The working day and its boundaries. The struggle for a shorter working day. In the pursuit of a rise in the rate of surplus value, the capitalists seek to lengthen the working day to the utmost. The working day is the time of day during which the worker is at the disposal of the capitalist in the enterprise. If it were possible, the employer would make his workers work 24 hours a day. However, during a certain part of the day, a person must restore his strength, rest, sleep, and eat. This gives the purely physical limits of the working day. In addition, the working day has moral limits, since the worker needs time to satisfy his cultural and social needs. Capital, with its insatiable greed for surplus labor, does not want to reckon not only with the moral, but also with the purely physical limits of the working day. As Marx put it, capital is merciless in relation to the life and health of the worker. The predatory exploitation of labor power shortens the life expectancy of the proletarian and leads to an extraordinary increase in mortality among the working population. In the period of the emergence of capitalism, the state power issued special laws in the interests of the bourgeoisie in order to compel wage workers to work as many hours as possible. At that time, technology remained low, the masses of peasants and artisans were able to work independently, and as a result capital did not have a surplus of workers at its disposal. The situation changed with the spread of machine production and the growth of the proletarianization of the population. There were enough workers at the disposal of capital who, under the threat of starvation, were forced to go into bondage to the capitalists. There is no longer any need for state laws to lengthen the working day. Capital has been enabled, by means of economic compulsion, to prolong the working time to the utmost limits. Under these conditions, the working class began a stubborn struggle for a shorter working day. This struggle was first developed in England. As a result of a long struggle, the British workers succeeded in promulgating the Factory Act of 1833, which limited the work of children under 13 to 8 hours, and the work of adolescents between 13 and 18 to 12 hours. In 1844, the first law was passed limiting women's work to 12 hours. In most cases, child and female labor were used alongside men's labor. Therefore, in factories covered by the factory legislation, the 12-hour working day began to be extended to all workers. A law of 1847 limited the work of adolescents and women to 10 hours. These restrictions, however, did not apply to all branches of hired labor. The Act of 1901 limited the working day of adult workers to 12 hours. As workers' resistance grew, laws to limit the working day began to appear in other capitalist countries. After each such law was passed, the workers had to wage an unremitting struggle to enforce it. A particularly stubborn struggle for the legal limitation of working hours developed after the working class put forward as its militant call the demand for an 8-hour working day. This demand was proclaimed in 1866 by the Workers' Congress in America and by the Congress of the First International on Marx's proposal. The struggle for the 8th day became an integral part not only of the economic but also of the political struggle of the proletariat. In Tsarist Russia, the first factory laws appeared at the end of the 19th century. After the well-known strikes of the St. Petersburg proletariat, the law of 1897 limited the working day to 11.5 hours. This law was, according to Lenin, a forced concession won by the Russian workers from the Tsarist government. On the eve of the First World War, the 10 to 12-hour working day prevailed in most capitalistically developed countries. In 1919, under the influence of the bourgeoisie's fear of the growth of the revolutionary movement, representatives of a number of capitalist countries concluded an agreement in Washington on the introduction of the 8th day on an international scale, but then all the major capitalist states refused to approve this agreement. In the capitalist countries, along with the exhausting intensity of labor, there is a long working day, especially in the armaments industry. In Japan, on the eve of World War II, the law established an 8-hour working day for workers over the age of 16, but in fact in a number of industries the working day reached 12 to 15 hours. Excessively long working hours are the lot of the proletariat in the colonial and dependent countries. Excess surplus value. A variety of relative surplus value is surplus value. It occurs when individual capitalists introduce machinery and methods of production which are more advanced than those employed in the majority of enterprises in the same trade. In this way the individual capitalist achieves in his enterprise a higher productivity of labor than the average level existing in a given branch of production. As a consequence, the individual value of the commodity produced in the enterprise of a given capitalist is lower than the social value of this commodity. Insofar as the price of a commodity is determined by its social value, the capitalist obtains a higher rate of surplus value than the ordinary rate. Let's take the following example. Suppose that in a tobacco factory a worker produces 1,000 cigarettes an hour and works 12 hours, out of which he creates a value equal to the value of his labor power in 6 hours. If a factory introduces a machine that doubles the productivity of labor, then the worker, still working 12 hours, no longer produces 12,000, but 24,000 cigarettes. The worker's salary is compensated by a part of the newly created value, embodied, minus the value of the transferred part of the constant capital, in 6,000 cigarettes, that is, in the product of 3 hours. The manufacturer's share remains the other part of the newly created value, embodied, minus the value of the transferred part of the constant capital, in 18,000 cigarettes, that is, in the product of 9 hours. In this way, there is a reduction in the necessary working time and a corresponding prolongation of the surplus labor time. Power in 6 hours, but in 3 hours, his surplus labor increased from 6 hours to 9 hours. The rate of surplus value has tripled. Excess surplus value is the surplus of surplus value beyond the ordinary rate obtained by individual capitalists who, with the help of more advanced machines or methods of production, achieve in their enterprises a higher productivity of labor in comparison with the productivity of labor in most enterprises of the same industry. The acquisition of surplus value is only a temporary phenomenon in each individual enterprise. Sooner or later, the majority of the entrepreneurs in the same industry introduce new machinery, and those who do not have sufficient capital for this are ruined in the course of competition. As a result, the time socially necessary for the production of a given commodity decreases, the value of the commodity falls, and the capitalist, who was the first to apply technical improvements, ceases to receive surplus value. However, as surplus value disappears in one enterprise, surplus value appears in another, where new and still more perfect machinery is introduced. Every capitalist seeks only his own enrichment. But the final result of the isolated actions of individual entrepreneurs is the growth of techniques, the development of the productive forces of capitalist society. At the same time, the pursuit of surplus value induces each capitalist to protect his technical achievements from competitors, and gives rise to trade secrets and technological secrets. Thus, it is evident that capitalism sets definite limits for the development of the productive forces. The development of the productive forces under capitalism takes place in a contradictory form. Capitalists use new machines only when they lead to an increase in surplus value. The introduction of new machinery serves as the basis for an all-round increase in the degree of exploitation of the proletariat, a lengthening of the working day, and an increase in the intensity of labor. The progress of technology is carried out at the cost of incalculable sacrifices and deprivations of many generations of the working class. In this way, capitalism treats the main productive force of society, the working class, the working masses, in the most predatory way. The class structure of capitalist society. The bourgeois state. Pre-capitalist modes of production were characterized by the division of society into various classes and estates, which created a complex hierarchical structure of society. The bourgeois epoch simplified class antagonisms and replaced the various forms of hereditary privilege and personal dependence with the impersonal power of money and the unlimited despotism of capital. Under the capitalist mode of production, society is more and more split into two great hostile camps, into two opposite classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The bourgeoisie is the class which owns the means of production and uses them for the exploitation of wage labor. The proletariat is a class of wage workers deprived of the means of production and consequently compelled to sell their labor power to the capitalists. On the basis of machine production, capital has completely subjugated wage labor. For the class of wage workers, the proletarian state became a lifelong lot. By virtue of its economic position, the proletariat is the most revolutionary class. The bourgeoisie and the proletariat are the main classes of capitalist society. As long as the capitalist mode of production exists, these two classes are inseparably linked. The bourgeoisie cannot exist and enrich itself without exploiting the wage workers. The proletarians cannot live without hiring themselves out to the capitalists. At the same time, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat are antagonistic classes, whose interests are opposite and irreconcilably hostile. The ruling class of capitalist society is the bourgeoisie. The development of capitalism leads to a deepening of the gulf between the exploiting minority and the exploited masses. The class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is the driving force of capitalist society. In all bourgeois countries, a considerable part of the population is the peasantry. The peasantry is a class of small producers who run their economy on the basis of private ownership of the means of production with the help of backward techniques and manual labor. The bulk of the peasantry is mercilessly exploited by landlords, kulaks, merchants and usurers and is ruined. In the process of stratification, the peasantry is constantly separating from itself, on the one hand, the masses of proletarians and, on the other, the kulaks, the capitalists. The capitalist state, which replaced the state of the feudal era as a result of the bourgeois revolution, is in its class essence an instrument of subjugation and oppression of the working class and the peasantry in the hands of the capitalists. The bourgeois state protects capitalist private ownership of the means of production, ensures the exploitation of the working people and suppresses their struggle against the capitalist system. Since the interests of the capitalist class are sharply opposed to the interests of the overwhelming majority of the population, the bourgeoisie is forced to hide the class character of its state in every possible way. The bourgeoisie tries to present this state in the form of a supposedly superclass, national state, in the form of a state of pure democracy. But in reality, bourgeois freedom is the freedom of capital to exploit the labor of others. Bourgeois equality is a deception that conceals the actual inequality between the exploiter and the exploited, between the wealthy and the hungry, between the owners of the means of production and the mass of proletarians who own only their own labor power. The bourgeois state suppresses the masses of the people through its administrative apparatus, police, army, courts, prisons, concentration camps, and other means of violence. A necessary complement to these means of violence is the means of ideological influence by which the bourgeoisie maintains its dominance. This includes the bourgeois press, radio, cinema, bourgeois science and art, and the church. The bourgeois state is the executive committee of the capitalist class. Bourgeois constitutions aim at consolidating a social order that is pleasing and advantageous to the propertied classes. The basis of the capitalist system, private ownership of the means of production, is declared sacred and inviolable by the bourgeois state. The forms of bourgeois states are very diverse, but their essence is the same. All these states are the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, which strives by all means to preserve and strengthen the system of exploitation of wage labor by capital. With the growth of large-scale capitalist production, the number of the proletariat increases, which becomes more and more aware of its class interests, develops politically and organizes itself for the struggle against the bourgeoisie. The proletariat is the working class which is bound up with the advanced form of economy, with large-scale production. Only the proletariat, by virtue of its economic role in large-scale production, is capable of being the leader of all the toiling and exploited masses. 37. The industrial proletariat, which is the most revolutionary and most advanced class of capitalist society, is capable of gathering around itself the toiling masses of the peasantry, all the 37 volts. I. Lenin, State and Revolution, Works, Volume 25, page 376. Exploited strata of the population, and leading them to storm capitalism. Brief conclusions. 1. Under the capitalist system, the basis of the relations of production is capitalist ownership of the means of production, which is used for the exploitation of wage workers. Capitalism is commodity production at the highest stage of its development, when labor power also becomes a commodity. As a commodity, labor power under capitalism has a value and a use value. The value of labor power is determined by the value of the means of subsistence necessary for the maintenance of the worker and his family. The use value of a commodity, labor power, consists in its property of being a source of value and surplus value. 2. Surplus value is the value created by the laborer's labor over and above the value of his labor power, and appropriated by the capitalist free of charge. The law of surplus value is the basic economic law of capitalism. 3. Capital is the value which yields surplus value through the exploitation of wage laborers. Capital embodies the social relation between the capitalist class and the working class. In the process of production of surplus value, different parts of capital play different roles. Constant capital is that part of capital which is expended on means of production. This part of capital does not create new value, does not change its magnitude. Variable capital is that part of capital which is expended in the purchase of labor power. This portion of capital is increased as a result of the capitalist's appropriation of the surplus value created by the laborer's labor. 4. The rate of surplus value is the ratio of surplus value to variable capital. It expresses the degree of exploitation of the worker by the capitalist. Capitalists raise the rate of surplus value in two ways: through the production of absolute surplus value and through the production of relative surplus value. Absolute surplus value is the surplus value created by the prolongation of the working day or by the increase in the intensity of labor. Relative surplus value is the surplus value created by the reduction of the necessary labor time and the corresponding increase of the surplus labor time. 5. The class interests of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat are irreconcilable. The contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat constitutes the main class contradiction of capitalist society. The organ for the protection of the capitalist system and the suppression of the toiling and exploited majority of society is the bourgeois state, which is the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Chapter 8. Wages. The price of labor. The essence of wages. Under the capitalist mode of production, labor power, like every other commodity, has value. The value of labor power, expressed in money, is the price of labor power. The price of labor power differs from the price of other commodities. When a commodity producer sells, say, linen on the market, the sum of money received for it appears to be nothing more than the price of the commodity sold. When the proletarian sells his labor power to the capitalist and receives a certain sum of money in the form of wages, this sum of money is not the price of labor power, but the price of labor. This happens for the following reasons. In the first place, the capitalist pays the laborer his wages after the laborer has expended his labor. Secondly, wages are fixed either according to the amount of time worked, hours, days, weeks, or according to the amount of product produced. Let's take an earlier example. Suppose a worker works 12 hours a day. In the course of B hours he produces a value of $6 equal to the value of his labor power. In the remaining 6 hours he produces a value of $6, which is appropriated by the capitalist as surplus value. Since the employer has hired a proletarian on a full-time basis, he pays him $12 for all 6 hours of labor. Thus is created the deceptive appearance that wages are the price of labor, that $6 is the full payment for the whole 12-hour day. As a matter of fact, $12 represents only the daily value of labor power, while the labor of the proletarian has created a value equal to $6. If, on the other hand, payment is established in the enterprise according to the quantity of the product produced, then there is an appearance that the worker is paid for the labor expended on each unit of the commodity he produces, that is, again, as if all the labor expended by the worker is paid in full. This deceptive appearance is not an accidental delusion of people. It is engendered by the very conditions of capitalist production, in which exploitation is concealed and obscured, and the relations between the employer and the wage worker are presented in a distorted form, as relations of equal commodity owners. In reality, the wages of the wage worker are not the value or price of his labor. If we assume that labor is a commodity and has a value, then the magnitude of this value must be measured by something. Obviously, the magnitude of the value of labor, as of every commodity, must be measured by the quantity of labor contained in it. This assumption leads to a vicious circle. Labor is measured by labor. Further, if the capitalist paid the worker for the value of labor, i.e., paid for the labor in full, then there would be no source of enrichment for the capitalist. In other words, there could be no capitalist mode of production. Labor is the creator of the value of commodities, but labor itself is not a commodity and has no value. What in everyday life is called the value of labor is in reality the value of labor power. The capitalist does not buy labor on the market, but a special commodity, labor power. The consumption of labor power, i.e., the expenditure of the muscular, nervous, and cerebral energy of the worker, is a labor process. Wages are only part of the working day's wages. The value of labor power is always less than the value newly created by the laborer's labor. But since wages are inform wages, the impression is created that the whole working day is paid in full. That is why Marx calls wages in bourgeois society the transformed form of value or the price of labor power. Wages are not what they appear to be, not the value, or price, of labor, but only the disguised form of the value, or price, of labor power. 38. Wages are the monetary expression of the value of labor power, its price, which appears as the price of labor. In slavery there is no transaction between the slaveholder and the slave. A slave is the property of a slave owner. Therefore, it seems that all the labor of the slave is given away for nothing, that even that part of the labor that reimburses the cost of maintaining the slave is unpaid labor, labor for the slaveholder. In feudal society, the necessary labor of the peasant on his farm and the surplus labor of the landlord are clearly distinguished in time and space. Under the capitalist system, even the unpaid labor of the wage laborer appears to be paid labor. Wages conceal all traces of the division of the working day into necessary and surplus labor time, into paid and unpaid labor, and thus disguise the relation of capitalist exploitation. Basic forms of wages. The main forms of wages are 1. Time-based and 2. Piece-rate wages. Time wages are a form of wages in which the amount of earnings of the worker depends on the time he has worked, hours, days, weeks, months. In accordance with this, there are hourly, daily, weekly, monthly. At the same amount of time wage, the actual wage of the worker may be different, depending on the length of the working day. The measure of the worker's payment for the 38K. Marx, Critique of the Gotha Program, K. Marx, F. Engels, Selected Works, Volume 2, 1948, page 20. Labor expended by him per unit of time is the price of one working hour. Although, as has been pointed out, labor itself has no value, and consequently no price, the conventional name price of labor is adopted to determine the amount of wages paid to the laborer. The unit of measure of the price of labor is the wages of labor per hour, or the price of an hour's labor. Thus, if the average working day lasts 12 hours, and the average daily value of labor power is $6, then the average price of a working hour, 600 cents, 12, will be 50 cents. Time wage enables the capitalist to intensify the exploitation of the laborer by lengthening the working day, to lower the price of the labor hour, while leaving the wages of the day, week, and month unchanged. Suppose that the daily wage remains the same, $6, but the working day is increased from 12 to 13 hours. In this case, the price of one working hour, 600 cents, 13, will fall from 50 to 46 cents. Under the pressure of the demands of the workers, the capitalist is sometimes compelled to raise his daily, and consequently weekly, monthly, wages, but the price of 1 hour's labor may remain unchanged or even fall. Thus, if the day's wages are raised from $6 to $6.20, and the working day is increased from 12 to 14 hours, the price of an hour's work will fall, 620 cents, 14, to 44 cents. An increase in the intensification of labor also means a fall in the price of the labor hour, for with a greater expenditure of energy, which is equivalent to a lengthening of the working day, the wages remain the same. As a result of the fall in the price of the working hour, the proletarian is compelled to work more and more intensely in order to exist, or to accept a further lengthening of the working day. The immeasurable intensification of labor, as well as the lengthening of the working day, lead to an increased expenditure of labor power to its undermining. The less each hour of labor is paid, the greater the quantity of labor, or the longer the working day, is required in order that the laborer may be assured of even the most miserable wages. On the other hand, the prolongation of the working time causes in turn a decrease in the wages of the working hour. The fact that with the lengthening of the working day or with the increase in the intensity of labor, the wages of 1 hour's labor are reduced, the capitalist takes advantage of. Under conditions favorable for the sale of commodities, it lengthens the working day, introduces over-the-clock work, i.e., work in excess of the fixed length of the working day. If, on the other hand, market conditions are unfavorable and the capitalist is forced to temporarily reduce the volume of production, he shortens the working day and introduces hourly wages. Hourly wages for part-time or part-time work drastically reduce wages. If, in our example, the workday is reduced from 12 to 6 hours, with the same wage of 50 cents per hour, then the worker's daily earnings will be only $3, that is, half the daily cost of labor. Consequently, the worker loses pay not only when the working day is excessively lengthened, but also when he is forced to work part-time. The capitalist can now extract a certain amount of surplus labor from the laborer without bringing the working time up to the level necessary for the maintenance of the laborer's existence. He can destroy all regularity of labor and, guided solely by his own convenience, whim, and momentary interest, replace periods of monstrous excessive labor with periods of relative or even complete unemployment. 39. In the case of time wages, the amount of earnings of the worker is not directly related to the degree of intensity of his labor. With the increase in the intensity of labor, the time wages do not rise, and the price of the working hour actually falls. In order to intensify exploitation, the capitalist maintains special overseers who ensure that the workers 39K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, page 548. Observe the capitalist discipline of labor and that it is further intensified. Time wages were prevalent in the early stages of the development of capitalism, when the employer, without yet encountering any organized resistance from the workers, was able to increase surplus value by lengthening the working day. However, time wages persist even in the higher stage of capitalism. In a number of cases it presents considerable convenience to the capitalist. By accelerating the movement of machinery, the capitalist forces the workers to work more and more intensively, without raising wages. Piece by piece. Piecework, wages are a form of wages in which the amount of earnings of a worker depends on the number of products, individual parts, or on the number of operations performed per unit of time. In the case of time-based payment, the labor expended by a worker is measured by its duration, while in the case of piece-by-piece payment, it is measured by the number of items produced or operations performed, each of which is paid at certain prices. In fixing prices, the capitalist takes into account, firstly, the daily time wages of the laborer, and secondly, the quantity of articles or parts which the laborer produces in the course of the day, the rate usually being taken as the laborer's highest output. If the average daily wage in a given branch of industry is $6, and the quantity of goods of a certain kind produced by a worker is 60 pieces, then the piece rate for the article or part will be 10 cents. The unit rate is fixed by the capitalist in such a way that the hourly, daily, weekly earnings of the worker are not higher than in the case of time wages. Thus, piece rate pay is basically a modified form of time-based payment. Power but labor to the capitalist, and receives full wages according to the quantity produced. Capitalist piecework leads to a constant increase in the intensity of labor. At the same time, it makes it easier for the entrepreneur to supervise workers. The degree of intensity of labor is controlled here by the quantity and quality of the product that the worker must produce in order to acquire the necessary means of subsistence. The worker is forced to increase piece-by-piece output, to work harder and harder. But as soon as a more or less significant part of the workers reaches a new, increased level of labor intensity, the capitalist reduces the unit rates. If, in our example, the unit price is reduced by, say, 2 times, the worker is forced to work for 2 people in order to maintain the previous earnings, that is, he is forced to increase the working time or even more to increase the intensity of labor, so that during the day he can produce not 60, but 120 parts. The worker tries to defend the total amount of his wages by working more. He works more hours or produces more in 1 hour. The result is that the more he works, the less pay he receives. This is the most important feature of piecework wages under capitalism. Time-based and piece wage forms are often used simultaneously in the same enterprises. Under capitalism, these 2 forms of wages are only different ways of intensifying the exploitation of the working class. Capitalist piece work is the basis of the sweatshop wage systems used in bourgeois countries. 4OK. Marx, Wage, Labor and Capital, K. Marx, F. Engels, Selected Works, Volume I, 1948, page 76. Sweatshop wage systems. The most important feature of capitalist piecework is the immeasurable intensification of labor, which exhausts all the forces of the worker. At the same time, wages do not compensate for the increased expenditure of labor. Beyond a certain duration of labor and its intensity, no additional compensation can prevent the direct destruction of labor power. As a result of the use of exhausting methods of labor organization in capitalist enterprises, usually by the end of the working day the muscular and nervous forces of the worker are overstrained, which leads to a drop in labor productivity. In the pursuit of an increase in surplus value, the capitalist has recourse to various sweatshop systems of wages in order to achieve a high intensity of labor throughout the working day. The so-called scientific organization of labor serves the same purpose under capitalism. The most common forms of such labor organization with the use of wage systems that are extremely exhausting for the worker are Taylorism and Fordism, which are based on the principle of maximizing the intensity of labor. The essence of Taylorism, a system named after its author, the American engineer F. Taylor, is as follows. The strongest and most dexterous workers are selected at the enterprise. They are forced to work with maximum tension. The execution of each individual operation is recorded in seconds and fractions of a second. On the basis of the timing data, the production regime and time norms for the entire mass of workers are established. In case of exceeding the norm, the lessened the worker receives a small increase in the daily wage, a bonus. If the quota is not met, the worker is paid at a greatly reduced rate. The capitalist organization of labor, according to Taylor's system, exhausts all the forces of the worker, transforms him into an automaton, mechanically performing the same movements. Lenin cites a concrete example. The work of loading pig iron on a cart, when, with the introduction of the Taylor system, the capitalist was able to reduce the number of workers from 500 to 140 people, i.e., by a factor of 3.6, by just one operation. Due to a monstrous increase in the intensity of labor, the daily workload rate increased from 16 to 59 tons, i.e., 3.7 times. When a worker performs work for 1 day, which he used to perform in 3 to 4 days, his daily earnings nominally increased, and then only for the first time, by only 63 degrees, O. In other words, with the introduction of such a system of payment, the daily earnings of the worker, in fact, in comparison with labor costs, decreased by 2.3 times. As a result, Lenin wrote, in the same 9 to 10 hours of work, 3 times as much labor is squeezed out of the worker, all his strength is ruthlessly exhausted, every drop of nervous and muscular energy of the wage slave is sucked out at triple speed. Will he die sooner? There are a lot of others behind the gate. 41. Lenin called this organization of labor and wages a scientific system of squeezing out sweat. The system of labor and wage organization introduced by the American automobile king H. Ford and many other capitalists, the Fordist system, pursues the same goal, to squeeze the greatest amount of surplus value out of the worker on the basis of maximizing the intensity of labor. This is achieved by accelerating the pace of conveyors and introducing sweatshop wage systems. The monosyllabic labor operations of the worker on the Ford assembly lines make it possible to widely use the labor of unskilled workers and set low rates for them. The enormous intensification of labor is not accompanied by an increase in wages or a shortening of the working day. As a result, the worker quickly wears out, becomes disabled, is dismissed from the enterprise for unsuitability, and falls into the ranks of the unemployed. 41 volts. Lenin, Scientific System of Squeezing Sweat. Works, Volume 18, p. 556. The intensification of the exploitation of workers is also achieved by other systems of labor and wage organization, which are varieties of Taylorism and Fordism. These include, for example, the Ganges system, USA. In contrast to Taylor's piece rate system, the Gantt system is time bonus. The worker is given a certain lesson and a very low guaranteed pay per unit of time worked is set, regardless of the work of the norm. Upon completion of the lesson, the worker is paid a small bonus to the guaranteed minimum, a bonus. The Halsey, USA, system is based on the principle of bonus pay for saved time in addition to the average wage per hour of work. Under this system, for example, when the intensity of work is doubled, for each hour of saved time, a bonus of about 7 times the hourly wage is paid. For this reason, the more intensive the work, the more the wages of the worker fall in proportion to the labor expended by him. The system of Rowan, England, is based on the same principles. One of the ways of increasing surplus value based on deceiving workers is the so-called profit sharing. Under the pretext of the worker's interest in increasing the profitability of the enterprise, the capitalist reduces the basic earnings of the workers and thereby forms a fund for the distribution of profits among the workers. Then, at the end of the year, under the guise of profit, the worker is actually given a part of the wages previously withheld from his earnings. In the long run, the worker who shares in the profits is actually paid less than the normal wage. For the same purpose, it is common practice to place among the working shares of this enterprise. The contrivances of the capitalists under all systems of payment are aimed at squeezing as much surplus value as possible out of the worker. The employers use all sorts of means to poison the consciousness of the workers with their imaginary interest in increasing the intensity of labor, in reducing the cost of wages per unit of production, in increasing the profitability of the enterprise. In this way, the capitalists seek to weaken the resistance of the proletariat to the advance of capital, to obtain the refusal of the workers to join the trade unions, to take part in strikes, and to bring about a split in the working class movement. With all the variety of forms of capitalist piecework, its essence remains unchanged. With an increase in the intensity of labor and its productivity, the wages of the worker actually decrease, while the capitalist's income increases. Nominal and real wages. In the early stages of the development of capitalism, wage workers were paid in kind. The worker received shelter, meager food, and a little money. To a certain extent, payment in kind persists even in the machine period of capitalism. It was practiced, for example, in the mining and textile industries of pre-revolutionary Russia. Payment in kind is widespread in capitalist agriculture, with the use of farm laborers in certain branches of industry in capitalist countries and in colonial and dependent countries. The forms of payment in kind to an employee are different. The capitalists put the workers in a position where they are forced to borrow products from the factory shop, to use the housing in the mine or on the plantation under conditions that are difficult for the workers set by the employer, etc. In paying in kind, the capitalist exploits the wage worker not only as a seller of labor power, but also as a consumer. The developed capitalist mode of production is characterized by money wages. A distinction should be made between nominal and real wages. Nominal wages are wages expressed in terms of money. It is the amount of money that the worker receives for the labor power sold to the capitalist. Nominal wages alone do not give an idea of the actual level of wages of the worker. For example, nominal wages may remain unchanged, but if at the same time the prices of commodities and taxes rise, the worker's actual wages will fall. Nominal wages may even rise, but if the cost of living rises more over the same period of time than nominal wages have risen, actual wages will fall. Real wages are wages expressed in terms of the means of subsistence of the worker. It shows how many and what kind of commodities and services the worker can buy with his money wages. In order to determine the real wage of a worker, it is necessary to take into account the amount of nominal wages, the level of prices for consumer goods, the height of rents, the severity of taxes paid by the worker, the length of the working day, the degree of intensity of labor, the existence of unpaid days with a shortened working week, the number of unemployed and semi-unemployed who are maintained at the expense of the working class. Wages under capitalism, because of their low level, the systematic rise in the cost of living, and the growth of unemployment, do not provide the majority of workers with even a subsistence minimum. The rise in the cost of living and the consequent fall in real wages are primarily due to the systematic rise in the prices of consumer goods. For example, in France, as a result of inflation, retail prices for foodstuffs in 1938 were more than 7 times higher than in 1914. A significant part of the workers' wages is absorbed by rents. In Germany, between 1900 and 1930, rents rose by an average of 69%. According to the International Bureau of Labor Statistics, in the 30s, workers spent 25% of the family budget on rent, heating, and lighting in the United States, 20% in England, and 27% in Canada. In Tsarist Russia, workers' housing costs amounted to 1/3 of their earnings. A major deduction from wages is taxes on workers. In the principal capitalist countries in the post-war years, direct and indirect taxes absorb no less than 1/3 wages of a working family. In capitalist society, wages are not a stable and secure source of subsistence for the worker and his family. The price of labor power, like that of any other commodity, is subject to constant fluctuations in the elements of the market. Periods of employment of the worker in production are replaced by periods of his total or partial unemployment, when the worker is either completely deprived of wages or their level is sharply reduced. In determining the average level of wages, bourgeois statistics deliberately distort reality. They classify as wages the incomes of the leading stratum of the industrial and financial bureaucracy, factory managers, bank directors, etc. Include in the calculations only the wages of skilled workers, and exclude from the calculations the wages of a large stratum of low-paid unskilled workers, the agricultural proletariat, and ignores the existence of a huge army of unemployed and semi-unemployed, the rise in the prices of consumer goods and the rise in taxes, resorts to other methods of falsification in order to embellish the actual position of the working class under capitalism. In 1938, bourgeois economists in the United States, applying extremely meager standards, calculated the subsistence minimum for a working family of 4 people in the United States at $4.02 a year. In 177, however, the average annual wage per industrial worker in the United States was $1,938, a little more than half of this low subsistence level, and $176 if the unemployed are counted, or only 1/3 of that subsistence minimum. In 740, the very limited subsistence level of the average working class family in England was fixed by bourgeois economists at 1937 shillings a week. According to official figures, 55% of the workers in the coal industry, 80% of the workers in the mining industry, excluding the coal industry, and 75% of the workers in the public utilities in England earned less than this subsistence level. Falling real wages under capitalism. Based on the analysis of the capitalist mode of production, Marx established the following basic regularity in relation to wages. The general tendency of capitalist production does not lead to an increase in the average level of wages, but to a decrease in them. 42. As has already been said, the real wages of the working family, and consequently of the whole mass of workers, are falling as a result of the rise in the high cost of living for consumer goods, the increase in the tax burden, and the rise in rents. At the same time, the general level of real wages of the working class as a whole is declining under the influence of the capitalist labor market. Wages, as the price of labor power, like the price of every commodity, are determined by the law of value. The prices of commodities in the capitalist economy fluctuate up and down around value under the influence of supply and demand. But unlike the prices of other commodities, the price of labor power tends to deviate downwards from its value. This downward deviation of wages from their value, and the consequent fall in real wages, is due primarily to the existence of unemployment. The capitalist strives to buy labor power as cheaply as possible. In case of unemployment, the supply of labor exceeds the demand for it. The commodity labor power differs from other commodities in that the proletarian cannot postpone its sale. In order not to die of hunger, he is forced to sell his labor power on the terms offered to him by the capitalist. The presence of unemployment increases competition among workers. Taking advantage of this, the capitalist pays the worker wages below the value of labor power. Thus, the 42K. Marx, Wages, Price and Profit, K. Marx, F. Engels, Selected Works, Volume I, 1948, page 406. Miserable situation of the unemployed, who are part of the working class, affects the material situation of the workers engaged in production and reduces the level of their wages. Further, the use of machine techniques opens up wide possibilities for the capitalists to substitute female and child labor for men's labor in production. The value of labor power is determined by the value of the means of subsistence necessary for the worker and his family. Therefore, when the wife and children of the worker are involved in production, wages are reduced, and now the whole family receives about the same amount as before only the head of the family received. In this way, the exploitation of the working class as a whole is further intensified. In capitalist countries, women workers receive significantly lower wages when they perform the same work as men. Capital squeezes out surplus value through the unrestrained exploitation of child labor. The wages of children and adolescents in all capitalist and colonial countries are several times lower than the wages of adult workers. The average wage of a female worker in the USA, England, and Italy is 50% lower, in France by 40 to 50%, and in Japan, India, and Indochina by 50 to 75% than the average wage of a male worker. In the United States of America, it is estimated that more than 3.3 million wage earners are children and adolescents. A special survey by the Federal Department of Labor on child labor in 28 states found that 66% of the children and adolescents surveyed were under the age of 13 and 34% between the ages of 13 and 15. In starch factories, canneries, meat factories, laundries and dress cleaning factories, children work 12 to 13 hours a day. In Japan, it is common to sell children to work in factories. Child labor was widely used in Tsarist Russia. A considerable part of the workers in textile and some other enterprises in Russia were children aged 8 to 10 years. The exploitation of child labor by capital takes particularly cruel forms in colonial and dependent countries. In textile and tobacco factories in Turkey, children from 7 to 14 years old work full-time on an equal basis with adults. In India's cotton industry, children make up 20 to 25% of all workers. The low wages of women workers and the exploitation of child labor entail a huge increase in diseases and infant mortality, and have a detrimental effect on the upbringing and education of the younger generation. The fall in the real wages of the workers is also due to the fact that with the development of capitalism, the position of a large part of the skilled workers is deteriorating. As already mentioned, the cost of labor includes the cost of training the worker. A skilled worker creates more value, including surplus value, per unit of time than an untrained worker. The capitalist is compelled to pay more for skilled labor than for laborers. But with the development of capitalism, with the growth of industrial techniques, on the one hand, there is a demand for highly skilled workers capable of operating complex mechanisms, and on the other hand, many labor operations are simplified, and the labor of a significant part of skilled workers becomes superfluous. Large sections of trained workers lose their qualifications, are pushed out of production, and are forced to take up unskilled labor that is paid much less. At the same time, by lowering the wages of the bulk of the workers and plundering the colonies, the bourgeoisie creates privileged conditions for a comparatively small stratum of the working aristocracy. They are all sorts of foremen, overseers, representatives of the trade union and cooperative bureaucracy. The bourgeoisie is using the highly paid labor aristocracy to split the working class movement and to poison the consciousness of the bulk of the proletarians by preaching class peace and the unity of interests between the exploiters and the exploited. The fall in the real wages of the workers is also due to the extremely low wages of the agricultural proletariat. A large army of surplus labor in the countryside exerts constant pressure on the level of wages of employed workers in the direction of its reduction. For example, between 1910 and 1939, the average monthly wage of an agricultural worker in the United States fluctuated between 28 and 47% of the wages of an industrial worker. The situation of agricultural workers in Tsarist Russia was extremely difficult. With a 16 to 17-hour working day, the average daily wage of a seasonal agricultural worker in Russia in 1901 to 1910 was 69 kopecks, and the meager earnings received during the period of fieldwork had to be used for the rest of the months of complete or partial unemployment. A common way to reduce wages is through a system of fines. In a capitalist enterprise, the worker is fined for all sorts of reasons: for faulty work, for disturbing the order, for talking, for taking part in a demonstration, etc. In Tsarist Russia, before the law on fines was passed, 1886, which somewhat limited the arbitrariness of the factory owners, deductions from wages in the form of fines amounted in some cases to half a month's wages. Fines serve not only as a means of strengthening the capitalist discipline of labor, but also as one of the sources of enrichment for the capitalist. Thus, with the development of the capitalist mode of production, there is a fall in the real wages of the working class. In 1924, the real wages of German workers compared with the level of 1900 were 75%, and in 1935 to 66%. In the United States of America, from 1900 to 1938, the average nominal wage of workers, including the unemployed, increased by 68%. During the same period, the cost of living increased 2.3 times, and as a result, the real wage of workers fell in 1938 relative to the level of 1900 to 74%. In France, Italy, and Japan, not to mention the colonial and dependent countries, the drop in real wages in the 19th and 20th centuries was significantly greater than in the United States of America. In Tsarist Russia, in 1913, the real wages of industrial workers fell to 90% of the 1900 level. The cost of labor varies from country to country. The conditions that determine the cost of labor in each country are changing. Hence the national differences in wages. Marx wrote that in comparing wages in different countries, it is necessary to take into account all the factors that determine changes in the value of labor power, the historical conditions for the formation of the working class and the prevailing level of its needs, the costs of training the worker, the role of female and child labor, the productivity of labor, the intensity of labor, the prices of consumer goods, and so on. Wages are particularly low in colonial and dependent countries. In its policy of enslavement and systematic plunder of the colonial and dependent countries, capital makes use of a large surplus of labor in these countries and pays labor power far below its value. At the same time, the nationality of the worker is taken into account. For example, whites and Negroes who do the same work are paid differently. In South Africa, the average wage of a Negro worker is 10 times lower than the average wage of an English worker. In the United States of America, the wages of Negroes in the cities are 2.5 times, and in agriculture they are almost 3 times lower than the same labor of whites. The struggle of the working class for higher wages. In every country a certain level of wages is fixed on the basis of the law of value, as a result of the fierce class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The deviation of wages from the value of labor power has its limits. The minimum wage limit under capitalism is determined by purely physical conditions. The worker must have such an amount of means of subsistence as is absolutely necessary for his life and the reproduction of labor power. If the price of labor power falls to this minimum, then it falls below the value, since under such conditions labor power can only be maintained and manifested in a declining form. 43. When wages fall below this limit, there is an accelerated process of direct physical destruction of labor power, the extinction of the working population. This is reflected in a reduction in the average life expectancy, a decrease in the birth rate, and an increase in the death rate among the working population, both in the capitalistically developed and especially in the colonial countries. The maximum limit of wages under capitalism is the value of labor power. The degree to which the average level of wages approaches this limit is determined by the correlation of the class forces of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. In the pursuit of an increase in profits, the bourgeoisie seeks to reduce wages below the physical minimum. The working class is fighting against wage cuts, for wage increases, for the establishment of a guaranteed minimum wage, for the introduction of social insurance, for the reduction of the working day. In this struggle, the working 43K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, page 179. Class is confronted by the capitalist class as a whole and the bourgeois state. The stubborn struggle of the working class for higher wages began with the emergence of industrial capitalism. First of all, it developed in England, and then in other capitalist and colonial countries. As the proletariat is formed as a class, the workers unite in trade unions for the successful conduct of the economic struggle. As a result, the entrepreneur is no longer confronted by the individual proletarian, but by the whole organization. With the development of the class struggle, international trade union associations were formed along with local and national trade union organizations. The trade unions serve as a school of class struggle for the broad masses of workers. The capitalists, for their part, unite in employers' unions. They bribe the corrupt leaders of the reactionary trade unions, organize strikebreakers, split the workers' organizations, and use the police, the army, the courts and the prisons to suppress the labor movement. One of the most effective means of workers' struggle for higher wages, shorter working hours, and better working conditions under capitalism is the strike. To the extent that the class contradictions are sharpened and the organization of the proletarian movement in the capitalist and colonial countries intensifies, many millions of workers are drawn into the strike struggle. When the workers show determination and tenacity in the struggle against capital, economic strikes force the capitalists to accept the conditions of the strikers. It is only as a result of the unremitting struggle of the working class for its vital interests that the bourgeois states are compelled to enact laws on minimum wages, on the reduction of the working day, and on the limitation of child labor. The economic struggle of the proletariat is of great importance. With correct, class-based leadership, the trade unions can successfully resist the employers. But the economic struggle of the working class cannot abolish the laws of capitalism and free the workers from exploitation and deprivation. While recognizing the importance of the economic struggle of the working class against the bourgeoisie, Marxism-Leninism teaches that this struggle is directed only against the consequences of capitalism and not against the root cause of the oppressed condition and poverty of the proletariat. This root cause is the capitalist mode of production itself. Only through revolutionary political struggle can the working class abolish the system of wage slavery, the source of its economic and political oppression. Brief conclusions. 1. In capitalist society, wages are the monetary expression of the value of labor power, its price, which appears as the price of labor. Wages disguise the relation of capitalist exploitation, giving rise to the deceptive appearance that all the labor of the laborer is paid, whereas in reality wages are only the price of his labor power. 2. The main forms of wages are temporary and piecework. In the case of time-based wages, the amount of earnings of the worker depends on the time he has worked. In the case of piece rate wages, the amount of earnings of the worker is determined by the number of products produced by him. In order to increase surplus value, the capitalists employ various sweatshop wage systems, which lead to an enormous increase in the intensity of labor and to an accelerated wear and tear of labor power. 3. In contrast to the prices of other commodities, the price of labor power, as a rule, deviates downwards from its value. By the widespread use of female and child labor, and by the extremely low wages of agricultural workers, as well as of workers in colonial and dependent countries, capital intensifies the exploitation of the working class. 4. Nominal wages are the sum of money received by the worker for the labor power sold to the capitalist. Real wages are wages expressed in terms of the means of subsistence of the worker. It shows how much subsistence and services a worker can buy with his money wages. With the development of capitalism, real wages fall. 5. The working class, uniting in trade unions, is waging a struggle for a shorter working day and higher wages. The economic struggle of the proletariat against capital cannot in itself liberate it from exploitation. Only with the abolition of the capitalist mode of production through revolutionary political struggle can the conditions for the economic and political oppression of the working class be eliminated. Chapter X. The accumulation of capital and the impoverishment of the proletariat. Production and reproduction. In order to live and develop, society must produce material goods. It cannot stop producing, just as it cannot stop consuming. Day after day, year after year, people consume bread, meat, and other articles of food, wear out their clothes and shoes, but at the same time new masses of bread, meat, clothing, shoes, and other products are produced by human labor. Coal is burned in furnaces and furnaces, but at the same time more and more masses of coal are extracted from the bowels of the earth. Machine tools are gradually wearing out. Steam locomotives sooner or later fall into disrepair, but new machines are being built at enterprises, new steam locomotives are being manufactured. Under any system of social relations, the process of production must be constantly renewed. This constant renewal, this continuous repetition of the process of production, is reproduction. Every process of social production, considered in a constant connection and in a continuous stream of its renewal, is at the same time a process of reproduction. 44. As the conditions of production are, so are the conditions of reproduction. If production has a capitalist form, then reproduction has the same form. The process of reproduction consists not only in the fact that people produce new masses of products in place of N44K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, page 570. In addition to those consumed, but also in the fact that the corresponding relations of production are constantly renewed in society. It is necessary to distinguish between two types of reproduction, simple and extended. Simple reproduction is a repetition of the process of production on the same scale, in which the newly produced products merely replace the expended means of production and articles of personal consumption. Expanded reproduction is a repetition of the process of production on an increased scale, when society not only replaces the material goods consumed, but also produces additional means of production and articles of personal consumption. Before the advent of capitalism, the productive forces developed very slowly. The volume of social production changed little from year to year, from decade to decade. Under capitalism, the former sedentary, stagnant state of social production gave way to a much more rapid development of the productive forces. The capitalist mode of production is characterized by expanded reproduction, interrupted by periods of crisis when production falls. Capitalist simple reproduction. In capitalist simple reproduction, the process of production is renewed in the same volume, and the surplus value is wholly spent on the personal consumption of the capitalist. The very consideration of simple reproduction makes it possible to reveal more deeply some of the essential features of capitalism. In the process of capitalist reproduction, not only the products of labor, but also the relations of capitalist exploitation are continuously renewed. On the one hand, in the course of reproduction, wealth is constantly created, which belongs to the capitalist and which he uses for the appropriation of surplus value. At the end of each production process, the entrepreneur is again and again the owner of the capital which enables him to enrich himself by exploiting the workers. On the other hand, the worker is constantly leaving the process of production as a propertyless proletarian and is therefore compelled to sell his labor power to the capitalist again and again in order not to die of hunger. The reproduction of wage labor power always remains a necessary condition for the reproduction of capital. The capitalist process of production reproduces in its very course the separation of labor power from the conditions of labor. In so doing, he reproduces and perpetuates the conditions of exploitation of the worker. It constantly compels the worker to sell his labor power in order to live, and constantly enables the capitalist to buy it in order to enrich himself. 45. Thus, in the process of production, the basic capitalist relation is constantly renewed, the capitalist on one side, the wage worker on the other. The worker, even before he sells his labor power to this or that employer, already belongs to the total capitalist, i.e., to the capitalist class as a whole. When the proletarian changes his place of work, he changes only one exploiter for another. The worker is chained to the chariot of capital for life. If we consider the individual process of production, it would seem at first sight that in buying labor power the capitalist lends money to the laborer from his own fund, since by the time the wages are paid the capitalist may not have had time to sell the commodities produced by the laborer in a given period, e.g., a month. But if we take the purchase and sale of labor power not in isolation, but as a 45k. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, page 582. Moment of reproduction, as a constantly recurring relation, then the true character of this transaction is revealed. In the first place, while the labor of the laborer in a given period creates new value containing surplus value, the product produced by the laborer in the previous period is realized on the market, converted into money. From this it is clear that the capitalist does not pay wages to the proletarian out of his own fund, but out of the value created by the labor of the workers in the preceding period of production, e.g., during the preceding month. As Marx put it, the capitalist class acts according to the old recipe of the conqueror. It buys the goods of the vanquished with their own money, the money they have plundered. Secondly, unlike other commodities, labor power is paid by the capitalist only after the laborer has done a certain amount of work. Thus it appears that it is not the capitalist who lends to the proletarian, but, on the contrary, the proletarian who lends to the capitalist. For this reason, the employers strive to pay wages as rarely as possible, e.g., once a month, extending the time for which they receive a gratuitous loan from the workers. In the form of wages, the capitalist class constantly gives money to the workers for the purchase of the means of subsistence, i.e., a certain part of the product created by the labor of the workers and appropriated by the exploiters. The workers just as regularly give this money back to the capitalists, using it to buy the means of subsistence produced by the working class itself. An examination of capitalist relations in the course of reproduction reveals not only the real source of wages, but also the real source of all capital. Let us suppose that a capital of £100, 10 advanced by the employer yields an annual surplus value of £10,100, and that the whole of this sum is expended by the capitalist for personal consumption. If the employer did not appropriate the unpaid labor of the laborer, his capital would be completely consumed after 10 years. This is not the case because the sum of pound less than greater than expended by the capitalist for personal consumption during this period is completely renewed by the surplus value created by the unpaid labor of the workers. Hence, whatever may be the original source of capital, in the course of simple reproduction, this capital becomes, after a certain period of time, a value created by the labor of the workers and appropriated by the capitalist free of charge. Thus, the absurdity of the assertions of the bourgeois economists that capital is wealth earned by the entrepreneur's own labor is exposed. Simple reproduction is a component or moment of extended reproduction. The relations of exploitation inherent in simple reproduction are further deepened under the conditions of capitalist expanded reproduction. Capitalist expanded reproduction. Capital. Accumulation. In expanded reproduction, a part of the surplus value is used by the capitalist to increase the scale of production, to buy additional means of production and to hire additional workers. Consequently, a portion of the surplus value is added to the former capital, i.e., accumulated. The accumulation of capital is the addition of a part of the surplus value to the capital, or the transformation of a part of the surplus value into capital. Thus, the source of accumulation is surplus value. Through the exploitation of the working class, capital increases, and at the same time, capitalist relations of production are reproduced on an expanded basis. The motive of accumulation for the capitalist entrepreneur is above all the pursuit of an increase in surplus value. Under the capitalist mode of production, the thirst for enrichment knows no bounds. It is in the pursuit of surplus value that the capitalist expands production, which enables him to exploit a greater number of workers. With the expansion of production, the mass of surplus value appropriated by the capitalist increases, and consequently the part of it which is used to satisfy the personal needs and whims of the capitalists, i.e., is spent unproductively. Another driving force for capital accumulation is fierce competition, in which the big capitalists are better off and beat the small ones. Competition compels every capitalist, under the threat of death, to improve his technique and expand production. To arrest the growth of technology, the expansion of production, means to lag behind, and the backward are defeated by competitors. Thus competition compels each capitalist to increase his capital, and he can increase his capital only by means of a constant accumulation of a portion of the surplus value. The accumulation of capital is the source of expanded reproduction. Organic composition of capital. Concentration and centralization of capital. In the course of capitalist accumulation, the total mass of capital increases, and the different parts of it change in different ways. In accumulating surplus value and expanding his enterprise, the capitalist usually introduces technical improvements, because they promise him the possibility of increasing the exploitation of the workers and thus of increasing profits. The development of techniques means a more rapid growth of that part of capital which exists in the form of machinery, buildings, raw materials, i.e., constant capital. On the other hand, that part of the capital which is expended in the purchase of labor power, i.e., variable capital, grows much more slowly. The relation between constant and variable capital, so far as it is determined by the relation between the mass of the means of production and the living labor power, is called the organic structure of capital. Take, for example, a capital of £100,000. Let S assume that 80,000 of this amount is spent on buildings, machinery, raw materials, etc., and 20,000 is spent on wages. Then the organic structure of capital is 80C, 20V, or 4:1. In different branches of industry and in different enterprises of the same industry, the organic composition of capital is not the same. It is higher where there are more complex and costly machines for each worker, more raw materials processed. It is lower where living labor predominates, and there are fewer machinery and raw materials per worker, and they are comparatively inexpensive. With the accumulation of capital, the organic composition of capital increases, the share of variable capital decreases, and the share of constant capital increases. Thus, in the industry of the United States of America, the organic composition of capital was 1,889.4 to 4 in 1, 1,904.5 to 7 in 1, and 1,929.6 to 1 in 1. In the course of capitalist reproduction, the size of individual capitals increases. This is done through the concentration and centralization of capital. Concentration of capital is the growth of capital as a result of the accumulation of surplus value obtained in a given enterprise. The capitalist, by investing in the enterprise a part of the surplus value appropriated by him, becomes the owner of more and more capital. Centralization of capital is the growth of the size of capital as a result of the pooling of several capitals into one larger capital. In the competitive struggle, big capital ruins and absorbs smaller capitalist enterprises that cannot withstand rivalry. By buying up the enterprises of a ruined competitor for a pittance, or by annexing them to his business. In some other way, e.g., for debts, the big manufacturer increases the amount of capital which is in his hands. The pooling of many capitals into one also takes place in the organization of private limited partnerships, joint stock companies, etc. The concentration and centralization of capital means the concentration of gigantic wealth in the hands of a few. The enlargement of capital opens up wide possibilities for the concentration of production, i.e., for the concentration of production in large enterprises. Large-scale production has decisive advantages over small-scale production. Large enterprises can introduce machinery and technical improvements, and apply a wide division and specialization of labor that is not available to small enterprises. As a result, the production of the product is cheaper for large enterprises than for small ones. Competition is associated with high costs and losses. A large enterprise can sustain these losses and then more than compensate for them, while small and often medium-sized enterprises go bankrupt. The big capitalists obtain money loans incomparably more easily and on more favorable terms, and credit is one of the most important weapons in the competitive struggle. By virtue of all these advantages, in the capitalist countries ever larger enterprises equipped with powerful machinery are coming to the fore, while many small and medium-sized enterprises are ruined and perishing. As a result of the concentration and centralization of capital, a few capitalists, the owners of vast fortunes, become the arbiters of the destinies of tens and hundreds of thousands of workers. In agriculture, capitalist concentration leads to the fact that land and other means of production are increasingly concentrated in the hands of large proprietors, and broad strata of small and medium peasants, deprived of land, draft and implements, fall into enslaving dependence on capital. The masses of peasants and artisans are ruined and turned into proletarians. The concentration and centralization of capital thus lead to the sharpening of class contradictions, to the deepening of the abyss between the bourgeois, exploiting minority and the propertyless, exploited majority of society. At the same time, the concentration of production contributes to the fact that ever greater masses of the proletariat are concentrated in large capitalist enterprises in industrial centers. This makes it easier for the workers to rally and organize themselves to fight capital. Industrial Reserve Army. The growth of production under capitalism, as has already been said, is accompanied by an increase in the organic composition of capital. The demand for labor power is not determined by the size of the total capital, but only by the variable part of it. But in the course of technical progress, the variable part of capital decreases relatively, as compared with constant capital. Therefore, with the accumulation of capital, with the growth of its organic composition, the demand for labor decreases comparatively, although the total number of the proletariat grows with the development of capitalism. As a result, a large number of workers are unable to find employment for their labor. A part of the working population turns out to be superfluous, and the so-called relative overpopulation is formed. This overpopulation is relative, because a part of the labor force is superfluous only in comparison with the needs of capital accumulation. Thus, in bourgeois society, as social wealth grows, one part of the working class is condemned to ever harder and more excessive work, and the other part to involuntary unemployment. It is necessary to distinguish between the following basic forms of relative overpopulation. Fluid overpopulation is formed by workers who lose their jobs for a certain period of time as a result of a reduction in production, the introduction of new machinery, and the closure of an enterprise. With the expansion of production, some of these unemployed get jobs, as well as some of the new workers from the younger generation. The total number of workers employed increases, but in a constantly decreasing proportion to the scale of production. Latent overpopulation is formed by ruined small producers, especially poor peasants and farm laborers, who are engaged in agriculture only for a small part of the year, find no employment for their labor in industry, and drag out a miserable existence, making a living in the countryside. In contrast to industry, in agriculture, due to the growth of technology, the demand for workers decreases absolutely. Stagnant overpopulation is formed by those large groups of people who have lost their regular jobs, have extremely irregular occupations, and are paid well below the usual level of wages. These are vast strata of workers engaged in capitalist work at home, as well as those who live by casual day labor. Finally, the lowest stratum of relative overpopulation consists of people who have long since been pushed out of productive life without any hope of return, and who live on odd jobs. Some of these people are engaged in begging. The workers who have been forced out of production constitute an industrial reserve army, an army of the unemployed. This army is an indispensable part of capitalist economy, without which it can neither exist nor develop. In periods of industrial boom, when a rapid expansion of production is required, a sufficient number of unemployed are at the service of entrepreneurs. As a result of the expansion of production, unemployment is temporarily reduced. But then comes the crisis of overproduction, and again large masses of workers are thrown into the streets and replenish the reserve army of the unemployed. The existence of an industrial reserve army enables the capitalists to intensify the exploitation of the workers. The unemployed have to accept the most difficult working conditions. The existence of unemployment creates a precarious situation for workers engaged in production and sharply reduces the standard of living of the working class as a whole. That is why the capitalists are not interested in destroying the industrial reserve army, which puts pressure on the labor market and provides the capitalist with cheaply paid labor. With the development of the capitalist mode of production, the army of the unemployed, decreasing in periods of upswing in production and increasing in periods of crisis, on the whole steadily increases. In England, among the members of trade unions, the unemployed were, in 1853 to 1.7%, in 1880 -5.5%, in 1908 to 7.8%, in 1921 to 16.6%. In the United States of America, according to official data, the number of unemployed people in the total working class was in 1890 to 5.1%, in 1900 minus 10%, in 1915 to 15.5%, in 1921 to 23.1%. In Germany, the number of unemployed trade union members was 0.2% in 1887, 2% in 1900, and 18% in 1926. The relative overpopulation in the countries of the colonial and semi-colonial East is enormous. With the development of capitalism, partial unemployment, in which the worker is engaged in production part-time or part-time working, becomes more and more widespread. Unemployment is the real scourge of the working class. The workers have nothing to live on except by selling their labor power. Workers thrown out of the enterprise face the threat of starvation. Often, they are forced to dig through garbage cans to find rotten food scraps. The unemployed are left homeless, as they are unable to pay for their lodging even in the slums of the big cities. In this way, the bourgeoisie is unable to provide even a slave level of existence to the wage slaves of capital. Bourgeois economists try to justify the existence of unemployment under capitalism by referring to the eternal laws of nature. The pseudo-scientific fabrications of the late 18th and early 19th century English reactionary economist Malthus serve this purpose, according to the law of population, invented by Malthus. Since the origin of human society, the population is supposed to multiply exponentially, as 1, 2, 4, 8, etc., and the means of subsistence due to the limited natural resources grow in arithmetic progression, as 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. This, according to Malthus, is the main reason for the presence of an excess population, starvation and poverty of the masses. According to Malthus, the proletariat can be freed from poverty and hunger not by destroying the capitalist system, but by abstaining from marriage and artificially reducing childbearing. Malthus considered wars and epidemics beneficial, which reduce the working population. Malthus' theory is deeply reactionary. It is for the bourgeoisie a means of justifying the incurable evils of capitalism. Malthus' speculations have nothing to do with reality. The powerful technology that humanity has at its disposal is able to increase the amount of means of living at a rate that no population growth, even the fastest, can keep up with. But this is hindered by the capitalist mode of production, which is the real cause of the poverty of the masses. Marx discovered the capitalist law of population, which consists in the fact that in bourgeois society, in parallel with the accumulation of capital, with the growth of social wealth, a part of the working population inevitably turns out to be surplus, pushed out of production and doomed to the torments of poverty and hunger. The capitalist law of population is engendered by the relations of production of bourgeois society. Agrarian overpopulation. The capitalist reserve army of labor is replenished not only by the workers who are forced out of industrial production, but also by the vast masses of the agricultural proletariat and the poor peasantry. With the development of capitalism, the differentiation of is formed. Large-scale capitalist economies create a demand for wage workers. But as capitalist production spreads from one branch of agriculture to another, and the use of machinery becomes more widespread, the number of wage agricultural laborers decreases. The ruined strata of the rural population are constantly being transformed into the industrial proletariat and are replenishing the army of the unemployed in the cities. A significant part of the rural population is the so-called agrarian overpopulation, or hidden overpopulation. Agrarian overpopulation is the surplus population in the agriculture of the capitalist countries, which is formed as a result of the ruin of the main mass of the peasantry, can only be partially employed in agricultural production and finds no use in industry. The hidden nature of agricultural overpopulation lies in the fact that the surplus labor force in the countryside is always more or less connected with small and minute peasant farming. The agricultural laborer usually uses a small piece of land, which serves as a means of supplementing his earnings on the side or as a means of begging for a living when there is no work. Capitalism needs such farms in order to have cheap workers at its disposal. Agricultural overpopulation under capitalism reaches enormous proportions. In Tsarist Russia at the end of the 19th century, hidden rural unemployment was estimated at 13 million people. In Germany in 1907, out of 5 million peasant farms, 3 million small farms represented the reserve army of labor. In the United States of America in the 30s of this century, there were, according to official, clearly understated data, 2 million extra farmers. Every year during the summer months, between 1 and 2 million American agricultural workers, along with their families and household goods, roam the country in search of earnings. Agricultural overpopulation is particularly large in colonial countries. So, in India, where 3/4 of the total population of the country is employed in agriculture, agricultural overpopulation is a multi-million-strong army. A significant part of the rural population is chronically starving, and several million people die of starvation and epidemics every year. The universal law of capitalist accumulation. The relative and absolute impoverishment of the proletariat. The development of capitalism leads to the fact that, with the accumulation of capital, enormous wealth is concentrated at one pole of bourgeois society. Luxury and parasitism, waste and idleness of the exploiting classes increase. At the other end of the spectrum of society, the exploitation of the proletariat is becoming more and more intense, and unemployment and poverty are growing among those who create all the wealth by their labor. The greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, the size and energy of its growth, and consequently the greater the absolute size of the proletariat and the productive power of its labor, the greater the industrial reserve army. The relative size of the industrial reserve army increases with the growth of the forces of wealth. But the larger this reserve army is in comparison with the active labor army, the greater is the permanent overpopulation, the misery of which is inversely proportional to the torment of its labor. This is the absolute, universal law of capitalist accumulation. 46. The general law of capitalist accumulation is a concrete expression of the operation of the basic economic law of capitalism, the law of surplus value. The pursuit of an increase in surplus value leads to the accumulation of wealth on the side of the exploiting classes and to an increase in unemployment, poverty and oppression on the side of the propertyless classes. With the development of capitalism, the process of relative and absolute impoverishment of the proletariat takes place. 46K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, page 650. The relative impoverishment of the proletariat consists in the fact that in bourgeois society the share of the working class in the total national income is steadily decreasing, while at the same time the share of the exploiting classes is constantly increasing. According to American bourgeois economists, in the United States of America in the 1920s, 1% of owners owned 59% of all wealth, while the poorest strata, who made up 87% of the population, accounted for only 8% of the national wealth. Despite the absolute growth of social wealth, the share of income of the working class is sharply declining. The workers' wages as a percentage of the capitalists' profits were, in 1889 to 70%, in 1918 to 61%, in 1929 to 47%, in 1939 to 45%. In 1920-1921, the largest owners in England, who made up less than 2% of the total number of owners, concentrated in their hands 64% of the total national wealth of the country, and 76% of the population owned only 7.6% of the national wealth. In Tsarist Russia, from 1900 to 1913, the nominal wage fund increased by almost 80% due to an increase in the number of industrial workers, while real wages fell, and the profit of industrialists increased by more than 3 times. The absolute impoverishment of the proletariat consists in a direct lowering of its standard of living. The worker is absolutely impoverished, i.e., he is very poor. He becomes poorer than before, he is forced to live worse, eat more poorly, undernourish more, huddle in cellars and attics. Wealth grows in capitalist society with incredible speed along with the impoverishment of the working masses. 47. In order to embellish capitalist reality, bourgeois political economy tries to deny the absolute impoverishment of the proletariat. However, the facts show that under capitalism the standard of living of the working class is falling more and more. This manifests itself in many forms. 47 volts. I. Lenin, Impoverishment in Capitalist Society, Works, Volume 18, pp. 405 to 406. The absolute impoverishment of the proletariat is manifested in the fall in real wages. As has already been said, as a result of the systematic rise in the prices of consumer goods, the increase in rents, and the increase in taxes, the real wages of the workers are steadily falling. In the 20th century, the real wages of workers in Britain, the United States, France, Italy and other capitalist countries are at a lower level than in the middle of the 19th century. The absolute impoverishment of the proletariat is manifested in the increase in the scale of unemployment and its duration. The absolute impoverishment of the proletariat manifests itself in an unlimited increase in intensity and deterioration of working conditions, which lead to the fact that the worker rapidly ages, loses his ability to work, and becomes disabled. Due to the increase in the intensity of work and the lack of necessary measures for labor protection, there is a huge increase in accidents and injuries at work. For example, in the U.S. coal industry, from 1878 to 1914, for every 1,000 workers employed, the number of accidents at work with a fatal outcome increased by 71.5%. In 1939 alone, more than 1.5 million people were killed or injured in manufacturing in the United States. The number of accidents in the coal industry in England is also increasing. In the pre-war years, every 6th miner was a victim of an accident every year, and in 1949 to 1952, every 3rd miner was a victim of some kind of accident. The absolute impoverishment of the proletariat is manifested in a sharp deterioration in the nutrition and living conditions of the working people, as a result of which the health of the working population is undermined, the mortality rate increases, and the life expectancy of the working population is reduced. According to official housing census data, about 40% of all dwellings in the U.S. do not meet minimum sanitation and safety requirements. The mortality rate among the working population is much higher than the mortality rate among the ruling classes. Infant mortality in Detroit's slums is 6 times higher than the U.S. average. From the 70s to the 30s, the birth rate per 1,000 people fell from 36 to 15 in England, from 39 to 19 in Germany, and from 26 to 15 in France. The absolute impoverishment of the proletariat assumes particularly acute forms in the colonial countries, where extreme poverty and extremely high mortality of workers as a result of overwork and chronic hunger strikes are widespread. The standard of living of the poor peasantry under capitalism is not higher, and often even lower, than that of the wage workers. In capitalist society there is not only an absolute and relative impoverishment of the proletariat, but also the ruin and impoverishment of the main mass of the peasantry. In Tsarist Russia, there were several tens of millions of starving rural poor. According to U.S. Census data, over the past decades, about 2/3 of the U.S. farm population, as a rule, do not have a living wage and live in severe poverty. That is why the most vital interests impel the peasants to form an alliance with the working class, which is called upon to overthrow the capitalist system. The path of development of capitalism is the path of impoverishment and half-starvation of the vast majority of the working people. Under the bourgeois system, the growth of the productive forces does not bring relief to the working masses, but an increase in their poverty and deprivation. The fundamental contradiction of the capitalist mode of production. As capitalism develops, it increasingly binds together the labor of many people. The social division of labor is growing. The transformation of separate, formerly more or less independent branches of industry into a whole series of interconnected and mutually dependent industries is taking place. Economic ties between individual enterprises, regions, and entire countries are growing enormously. Capitalism creates large-scale production both in industry and in agriculture. The development of the productive forces gives rise to such instruments and methods of production as require the unification of the labor of many hundreds and thousands of workers. The concentration of production is growing. In this way, the capitalist socialization of labor, the socialization of production, takes place. But the growing socialization of production is taking place in the interests of a few private entrepreneurs who seek to increase their profits. The product of the social labor of millions of people becomes the private property of the capitalists. Consequently, there is a profound contradiction inherent in the capitalist system. Production has a social character, while the ownership of the means of production remains privately capitalist, incompatible with the social character of the process of production. The contradiction between the social character of the process of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation is the fundamental contradiction of the capitalist mode of production, which becomes more and more acute with the development of capitalism. This contradiction manifests itself in the intensification of the anarchy of capitalist production, in the growth of class antagonisms between the proletariat and all the working masses, on the one hand, and the bourgeoisie, on the other. Brief conclusions. 1. Reproduction is a constant renewal, a continuous repetition of the process of production. Simple reproduction means the renewal of production in the same volume. Expanded reproduction means the resumption of production. Expanded reproduction, interrupted by periods of crisis when production falls. Capitalist expanded reproduction is a constant renewal and deepening of relations operation. 2. Expanded reproduction under capitalism presupposes the accumulation of capital. The accumulation of capital is the addition of a part of surplus value to capital, or the transformation of surplus value into capital. Capitalist accumulation leads to an increase in the organic composition of capital, i.e., to a more rapid growth of constant capital as compared with variable capital. In the course of capitalist reproduction, capital is concentrated and centralized. Large-scale production has decisive advantages over small-scale production, by virtue of which large enterprises displace and subjugate not only small producers, but also smaller capitalist enterprises. 3. With the accumulation of capital, with the growth of its organic structure, the demand for labor is relatively reduced. An industrial reserve army of the unemployed is formed. The surplus of labor power in capitalist agriculture, which is engendered by the ruin of the main mass of the peasantry, leads to the creation of agrarian overpopulation. The general law of capitalist accumulation means the concentration of wealth in the hands of an exploiting minority and the increase in the poverty of the working people, that is, of the overwhelming majority of society. Expanded reproduction under capitalism inevitably leads to the relative and absolute impoverishment of the working class. Relative impoverishment is a fall in the share of the working class in the national income of the capitalist countries. Absolute impoverishment is a direct lowering of the standard of living of the working class. 4. The fundamental contradiction of capitalism is the contradiction between the social character of the process of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation. With the development of capitalism, this contradiction becomes more and more acute, and the class antagonisms between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat deepen. Chapter X. Circulation and turnover of capital. Circulation of capital. Three forms of industrial capital. The condition for the existence of the capitalist mode of production is the developed circulation of commodities, i.e., the exchange of commodities by means of money. Capitalist production is inseparably linked with circulation. Each individual capital begins its life in the form of a definite sum of money. It appears as money capital. With money the capitalist buys commodities of a certain kind. 1. Means of production and 2. Labor power. This act of conversion can be depicted as follows. M. C less than L per petameter. Here M stands for money, C for commodity, P for labor power, and PM for means of production. As a result of this change in the form of capital, its owner has at his disposal everything that is necessary for production. Formerly he possessed capital in the form of money, but now he possesses capital of the same magnitude, but in the form of productive capital. The first stage in the movement of capital, therefore, consists in the transformation of money capital into productive capital. After that, the process of production begins, in which the productive consumption of the commodities purchased by the capitalist takes place. It is expressed in the fact that workers expend their labor, raw materials are processed. Fuel is burned, and machines wear out. Capital again changes its form. As a result of the process of production, the advanced capital is embodied in a definite mass of commodities. It assumes the form of commodity capital. In the first place, however, these are no longer the commodities which the capitalist bought when he set to work. Secondly, the value of this mass of commodities is higher than the original value of capital, because it contains the surplus value produced by the workers. This stage in the movement of capital can be depicted as follows. C less than L per petameter. P. C. Here the letter P stands for production. The dots before and after this letter show that the process of circulation has been interrupted and the process of production is taking place, and C stands for capital in the form of commodities, the value of which has increased as a result of the appropriation of surplus value by the capitalist. The second stage in the movement of capital, therefore, consists in the transformation of productive capital into commodity capital. The movement of capital does not stop there. The goods produced must be sold. In exchange for the commodities sold, the capitalist receives a certain sum of money. This act of conversion can be depicted as follows. C. M. Capital changes its form for the third time. It again assumes the form of money capital. After that, its owner has a larger amount of money than he had at the beginning. The goal of capitalist production, which is the extraction of surplus value, has been achieved. The third stage in the movement of capital, therefore, consists in the transformation of commodity capital into money capital. Having obtained the money for the commodity sold, the capitalist uses it again to buy the means of production and the labor power necessary for further production, and the whole process is resumed again. These are the three stages that capital successively passes through in its movement. In each of these stages, capital performs a corresponding function. The transformation of money capital into elements of productive capital ensures that the means of production belonging to capitalists are combined with the labor power of hired workers. Without such a combination, the process of production cannot take place. The function of productive capital is to create a mass of commodities, new value, and consequently surplus value by the labor of hired workers. The function of commodity capital is, first, to return to the capitalist in monetary form the capital advanced by him for production, and, second, to realize in monetary form the surplus value created in the process of production, by selling the mass of commodities produced. Industrial capital passes through these three stages in its movement. Industrial capital in this case is understood as any capital used for the production of goods, regardless of whether it is industry or agriculture. Industrial capital is the only form of existence of capital in which the function of capital is not only the appropriation of surplus value or surplus product, but also their creation. Therefore, it is industrial capital that determines the capitalist character of production. The existence of industrial capital involves a class contradiction between capitalists and wage workers. 48. Consequently, every industrial capital moves in the form of a cycle. The circulation of capital is the successive transformation of capital from one form into another. It's 48K. Marx, Capital, Volume 2, 1953, page 52. Movement in three stages. Of these stages, the first and third take place in the sphere of circulation, and the second in the sphere of production. Without circulation, i.e., without the transformation of commodities into money and the reconversion of money into commodities, capitalist reproduction, i.e., the constant renewal of the process of production, is inconceivable. The circulation of capital as a whole can be depicted as follows. M, C less than L per petameter, P, C, M. All three stages of the circulation of capital are intimately connected with each other and depend on each other. The circulation of capital proceeds normally only if its various phases pass into one another without delay. If capital is retained in the first stage, it means the aimless existence of money capital. If the delay occurs in the second stage, it means that the means of production lie in vain and labor power is left unemployed. If capital is delayed in the third stage, the unsold commodities accumulate in warehouses and overflow the channels of circulation. Of decisive importance in the circulation of industrial capital is the second stage, when it is in the form of productive capital. At this stage, the production of commodities, value, and surplus value takes place. In the other two stages, however, value and surplus value are not created. What is happening here is only a change in the forms of capital. Corresponding to the three stages of the circulation of capital are three forms of industrial capital. 1. Money capital, 2. Productive capital, and 3. Commodity capital. Every capital exists simultaneously in all three forms. While one part of it is money capital transforming itself into productive capital, another part is productive capital. Is commodity capital transforming itself into money capital? Each of these parts takes on and throws off all three forms one by one. This is the case, not only with all capital individually, but also with all capitals taken together, or, in other words, with the total social capital. Therefore, Marx points out, capital can only be understood as a movement, not as a thing at rest. In this lies the possibility of the separate existence of the three forms of capital. It will be shown later how merchants' capital and loanable capital are separated from the capital employed in production. On this separation is based the existence of the various groups of the bourgeoisie, industrialists, merchants, bankers, among whom the surplus value is distributed. Capital turnover, production time and circulation time. Every capital cycles continuously, repeating it continuously. In this way the capital completes its turnover. The turnover of capital is its cycle, taken not as a single act, but as a periodically renewed and repeated process. The time of turnover of capital is the sum of the time of production and the time of circulation. In other words, the time of turnover is the interval of time from the moment when capital is advanced in a definite form to the moment when it returns to the capitalist in the same form, but increased by the magnitude of surplus value. The time of production is the time during which capital is in the sphere of production. The most important part of the time of production is the working period, during which the object to be processed is directly affected by labor. The working period depends on the nature of the given branch of production, the state of technology in a particular enterprise, and other conditions. In a spinning mill, for example, it takes only a few days to turn a certain quantity of cotton into yarn ready for sale, and in a locomotive factory the production of each locomotive requires the expenditure of many dozens of days of labor for a large number of workers. The production time is usually longer than the working period. It also includes interruptions in processing, during which the object of labor is exposed to certain natural processes, such as the fermentation of wine, the tanning of leather, the growth of wheat, etc. With the development of technology, the time of many such processes is shortened. The time of circulation is the time during which capital is transformed from the form of money into the form of production, and from the form of commodities into the form of money. The length of the time of circulation depends on the conditions for the purchase of means of production and the sale of finished goods, on the proximity of the market, and on the degree of development of means of transport and communication. Fixed and working capital. The different portions of the productive capital do not circulate in the same way. The difference in the turnover of the different portions of the productive capital arises from the difference in the manner in which each of them transfers its value to the product. Depending on this, the capital is divided into fixed and circulating. Fixed capital is that part of the productive capital which, while taking full part in production, transfers its value to the product, not all at once, but in parts, in the course of a series of periods of production. This is the part of the capital spent on the construction of buildings and structures, on the purchase of machinery and equipment. The fixed capital is advanced by the capitalist at once for the whole period of its operation, but its value is returned to the capitalist in the form of money in parts. The elements of fixed capital usually serve the purposes of production, usually for many years. They wear out to a certain extent every year and eventually become unusable. This is the physical deterioration of machines and equipment. Along with physical wear and tear, the instruments of production are also subject to obsolescence. A machine that has been in service for 5 or 10 years may still be strong enough, but if by that time another machine of the same kind has been built, which is more advanced, more productive, or cheaper, this leads to the depreciation of the old machine. It is therefore in the interest of the capitalist to make full use of the machinery in the shortest possible time. Hence the tendency of the capitalists to lengthen the working day, to intensify labor, and to work enterprises in several shifts without interruptions. Circulating capital is that part of the productive capital whose value is wholly transferred to the commodity in the course of one period of production and returns wholly to the capitalist in the form of money, with the addition of surplus value, when the commodity is realized. This is the part of the capital expended in the purchase of labor power, raw materials, fuel, and auxiliary materials, i.e., of those means of production which do not enter into fixed capital, and, as has been said, the cost of purchasing labor power is recovered by the capitalist in abundance. During the time when the fixed capital has made only one turnover, the circulating capital has had time to make many turnovers. By selling the commodity, the capitalist obtains a certain sum of money, which contains 1. The value of that part of the fixed capital which is transferred to the commodity in the process of production, 2. The value of the circulating capital, and 3. The surplus value. In order to continue production, the capitalist again employs the proceeds, corresponding to circulating capital, in hiring workers, in purchasing raw materials, fuel, and auxiliary materials. The capitalist employs the amount corresponding to the portion of the value of fixed capital transferred to the commodity to replace the wear and tear of machinery, and buildings, i.e., for the purpose of depreciation. Depreciation is the gradual replacement in the form of money of the value of fixed capital by means of periodic deductions corresponding to its depreciation. Part of the depreciation expense is spent on major repairs, i.e., on the partial replacement of worn-out equipment, tools, industrial buildings, etc. The capitalists keep the bulk of the depreciation deductions in the form of money, usually in banks, in order to buy new machines to replace old ones, or to build new buildings to replace those that have fallen into disrepair, when necessary. Marxist political economy distinguishes the division of capital into fixed and circulating capital from the division of capital into constant and variable capital. Constant and variable capital differ from each other according to the part they play in the exploitation of the workers by the capitalists, while fixed and circulating capital differ in the nature of their turnover. These two ways of dividing capital can be depicted as follows. Bourgeois political economy recognizes only the division of capital into fixed and circulating capital, since this division of capital does not in itself show the role of labor power in the creation of surplus value, but, on the contrary, obscures the fundamental difference between the capitalist's expenditure on the hiring of labor power and the expenditure on raw materials, fuel, etc. The annual rate of surplus value. Ways to accelerate the turnover of capital. Given the magnitude of the variable capital, the rate of turnover of capital influences the amount of surplus value squeezed out of the workers by the capitalist per year. Let's take two capitals, each of which has a variable part equal to $25,000, and the rate of surplus value is 100%. Let's say that one of them turns around once a year, and the other turns around twice a year. This means that the owner of the second capital, with the same amount of money, can employ and exploit twice as many workers in a year as the owner of the first. Therefore, by the end of the year, the results of both capitalists will be different. The first of them will receive $25,000 of surplus value for the year, and the second $50,000. The annual rate of surplus value is the ratio of the mass of surplus value produced during the year to the advanced variable capital. In our example, the annual rate of surplus value, expressed as a percentage, of the first capitalist is 25,000 divided by 25,000 equals 100%, while the second one has 50,000 divided by 25,000 equals 200%. From this it is clear that the capitalists are interested in accelerating the turnover of capital, because this acceleration enables them to obtain the same amount of surplus value with less capital, or to obtain a larger amount of surplus value with the same capital. The rate of turnover of capital also affects the amount of that part of the circulating capital which is advanced for the purchase of raw materials, fuel, and auxiliary materials. Marx showed that the acceleration of the circulation of capital does not in itself create an atom of new value. A more rapid turnover of capital and a more rapid realization in the form of money of the surplus value created in a given year only enables the capitalists to employ a greater number of laborers with the same amount of capital, whose labor creates a greater mass of surplus value per year. As we have seen, the time of turnover of capital consists of the time of production and the time of circulation. The capitalist strives to shorten the duration of both. The working period required for the production of commodities is shortened with the development of the productive forces, with the growth of technology. For example, modern methods of smelting iron and steel speed up the processes many times compared to those methods that were used 100 to 150 years ago. Progress in the organization of production, such as the transition to serial or mass production, has also yielded significant results. Interruptions in processing, which form part of the production time in excess of the working period, are in many cases also shortened with the development of technology. For example, the process of tanning leather used to take weeks, but now, thanks to the use of the latest chemical methods, it requires only a few hours. In a number of industries, catalysts are widely used, substances that accelerate the course of chemical processes. In order to accelerate the turnover of capital, the employer also has recourse to the lengthening of the working day and to the intensification of labor. If, with a 10-hour working day, the working period is 24 days, then the extension of the working day to 12 hours shortens the working period to 20 days and accelerates the turnover of capital accordingly. The same result is produced by the intensification of labor, in which the laborer expends as much energy in 60 minutes as he used to expend in, say, 72 minutes. Further, the capitalists seek to accelerate the turnover of capital by shortening the time of circulation of capital. The possibility of such a reduction is created by the development of transport, the post office, the telegraph, and the better organization of trade. But the shortening of the time of circulation is counteracted, firstly, by the extremely irrational allocation of production in the capitalist world, which causes the transport of commodities over great distances, and, secondly, by the intensification of capitalist competition and the increase in the difficulties of marketing. Together with the circulating capital, the surplus value created during a given period passes through circulation. The shorter the time of turnover of capital, the more rapidly the surplus value created by the workers is realized in the form of money, and the sooner it can be used for the expansion of production. Brief conclusions. 1. Every individual industrial capital proceeds in continuous motion in the form of a cycle, consisting of 3 stages. Corresponding to these 3 stages are 3 forms of industrial capital: money, production, and commodity, which differ in their functions. 2. The circulation of capital, taken not as a separate act, but as a periodically renewed process, is called the turnover of capital. The time of turnover of capital is the sum of the time of production and the time of circulation. The most important part of the production time is the working period. 3. Each productive capital is divided into 2 parts, which differ in the nature of their turnover: fixed capital and circulating capital. Fixed capital is a part of the productive capital, the value of which is not transferred to the commodity at once, but in parts during a series of periods of production. Circulating capital is a portion of the productive capital, the value of which is wholly transferred to it in the course of one period of production, and is wholly returned to the capitalist when the commodity is sold. 4. The acceleration of the turnover of capital enables the capitalists with the same capital to make a greater number of turnovers in the course of the year, and consequently to employ a greater number of laborers who will produce a greater mass of surplus value. The capitalists strive to accelerate the turnover of capital both by improving technique and, especially, by intensifying the exploitation of the workers, i.e., by lengthening the working day and intensifying labor. Chapter 11. Average profit and price of production. Capitalist costs of production and profit. Profit margin. The surplus value created by the labor of wage workers in the process of production is the source of income for all the exploiting classes of capitalist society. Let us first consider the laws by virtue of which surplus value takes the form of the profit of the capitalists who invest their capitals in the production of commodities. The value of the commodity produced in a capitalist enterprise consists of 3 parts. 1. The value of constant capital, part of the value of machinery, buildings, raw materials, fuel, etc. 2. The value of the variable capital, and 3. Surplus value. The magnitude of the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of socially necessary labor required for its production. But the capitalist does not expend his own labor in the production of commodities, he expends his capital for this purpose. The capitalist cost price of a commodity consists of the expenditure of constant and variable capital, i.e., of the expenditure on the means of production and on the wages of the workers. What a commodity costs the capitalists is measured by the expenditure of capital, and what it costs society by the expenditure of labor. The capitalist cost of production of a commodity is therefore less than its value, or actual cost of production. The difference between the value, or real cost price, and the capitalist cost price is equal to the surplus value which the capitalist appropriates gratuitously. When the capitalist sells the commodity produced in his business, the surplus value appears as a certain surplus over and above the capitalist cost of production. In determining the profitability of the enterprise, the capitalist compares this surplus with the capital advanced, i.e., with the total capital invested in production. The surplus value attributable to the total capital appears as profit. Profit is surplus value taken in its relation to the total capital invested in production, and which appears externally as the product of this capital. The distinction between the constant capital expended in the purchase of means of production and the variable capital expended in the hiring of labor power is thus obscured. The result is the deceptive appearance that profit is the product of capital. In fact, the source of profit is the surplus value created only by the labor of the workers, only by the labor power whose value is embodied in variable capital. Marx calls profit the transformed form of surplus value. Just as the form of wages conceals the exploitation of the wage laborer by creating the false impression that all labor is paid, so the form of profit in its turn obscures the relation of exploitation by giving the deceptive appearance that profit is generated by capital itself. Thus the forms of capitalist relations of production obscure and disguise their real essence. The degree of profitability of a capitalist enterprise for its owner is determined by the rate of profit. The rate of profit is the ratio of surplus value to all advanced capital, expressed as a percentage. For example, if the entire advanced capital is equal to $200,000, and the profit for the year if it is $40,000, then the rate of profit equals 40,200 thousandths, 100, or 20%. Since all the capital advanced is greater than variable capital, the rate of profit is always less than the rate of surplus value. If in our example a capital of $200,000 consists of $160,000 of constant capital and $40,000 of variable capital, and the rate of surplus value is 40,000 thousandths, 100 equals 100%, then the rate of profit is 20%, or 5 times less than the rate of surplus value. The rate of profit depends primarily on the rate of surplus value. The higher the rate of surplus value, the higher, other things being equal, the rate of profit. All the factors which increase the rate of surplus value, i.e., which increase the degree of exploitation of labor by capital, the lengthening of the working day, the increase in the intensity and productivity of labor, etc., also raise the rate of profit. Further, the rate of profit depends on the organic composition of capital. As is well known, the organic composition of capital is the relation between constant and variable capital. The lower the organic composition of capital, i.e., the greater the relative weight of its variable part, the value of labor power, in capital, the greater is the rate of profit at the same rate of surplus value. Conversely, the higher the organic composition of capital, the lower the rate of profit. Finally, the rate of profit is influenced by the rapidity of the turnover of capital. The faster the turnover of capital, the higher is the annual rate of profit, which is the ratio of the surplus value produced during the year to the total capital advanced. Conversely, a slowdown in the turnover of capital leads to a fall in the annual rate of profit. The formation of the average rate of profit and the transformation of the value of commodities into the price of production. Under capitalism, the distribution of capital among the various branches of production and the development of technology take place in a fierce competitive struggle. It is necessary to distinguish between intra-industry and inter-industry competition. Intra-branch competition is competition between enterprises of the same industry producing homogeneous goods for the sake of a more profitable sale of these goods and the receipt of additional profits. Individual enterprises operate in different conditions and differ from each other in size, level of technical equipment and organization of production. As a consequence, the individual value of the commodities produced by different enterprises is not the same. But competition between enterprises in the same industry leads to the fact that the prices of commodities are determined not by their individual values, but by the social value of these commodities. The magnitude of the social value of commodities, as has been said, depends on the average conditions of production in a given industry. As a result of the fact that the price of commodities is determined by their social value, those enterprises in which the technique of production and the productivity of labor are higher than the average level of the given industry, and consequently the individual value of the commodities is lower than the social value, benefit. These enterprises receive surplus profits, or super profits, which are the form of surplus value discussed above, in Chapter 7. Thus, as a result of intra-industry competition, different rates of profit are formed at individual enterprises in a given industry. Competition between individual enterprises in the same industry leads to the displacement of small and medium-sized enterprises by large enterprises. In order to resist the competition, the capitalists, the owners of backward enterprises, try to introduce technical improvements applied by their competitors, the owners of technically more developed enterprises. As a result, there is an increase in the organic composition of capital in the industry as a whole. The super profits received by capitalists who own technically more developed enterprises disappear, and there is a general decrease in the rate of profit. This forces the capitalists to introduce technical improvements again. Thus, in the process of intra-branch competition, the development of technology and the growth of productive forces take place. Inter-branch competition is competition between capitalists in different branches of production for the more profitable investment of capital. The capitals employed in the different branches of production have different organic compositions. Since surplus value is created only by the labor of wage laborers, a relatively large mass of surplus value is produced on equal capital in the enterprises of those branches where the low organic composition of capital predominates. In enterprises with a higher organic composition of capital, on the other hand, a relatively smaller mass of surplus value is produced. However, the competitive struggle between capitalists of different branches leads to the equalization of the amount of profit on equal capitals. Let us suppose that there are three branches in society: leather, textile, and machinery, with capital of the same magnitude but of different organic composition. The amount of capital advanced in each of these trades is 100 units, say, millions of pounds sterling. The capital of the leather industry consists of 70 units of constant capital and 30 units of variable capital. The capital of the textile industry consists of 80 units of constant and 20 units of variable capital, and the capital of the machinery industry consists of 90 units of constant and 10 units of variable capital. Let the rate of surplus value be the same in all three branches and be 100%. Consequently, 30 units of surplus value will be produced in the leather industry, 20 in the textile industry, and 10 in the machine building industry. The value of goods in the first industry will be 130, in the second 120, in the third 110, and in all three industries 360. If the goods are sold at their value, the rate of profit will be 30% in the leather industry, 20% in the textile industry, and 10% in the machine building industry. Such a distribution of profits will be very advantageous for the capitalists of the leather industry, but disadvantageous for the capitalists of the machine building industry. Under these conditions, the entrepreneurs of the machine building industry will look for a more profitable use for their capital. They will find such a use of capital in the leather industry. There will be a transfer of capital from the machine building industry to the leather industry. As a result, the quantity of goods produced in the leather industry will increase, competition will inevitably intensify and will force entrepreneurs in this industry to reduce the prices of their goods. On the contrary, in the machine building industry, the quantity of goods produced will decrease, and the changed relation between supply and demand will enable entrepreneurs to raise the prices of their goods. The fall in prices in the leather industry and the rise in prices in the machinery industry will continue until the rate of profit in all three industries is about the same. This will happen when the goods of all three industries are sold at 120 units, 130 plus 120 plus 110 equals 360. 3. The average profit of each industry under such conditions would be 20 units. The average profit is an equal profit on the same amount of capital invested in different branches of production. Thus, inter-branch competition leads to the fact that the different rates of profit existing in different branches of capitalist production are equalized into a general, or average, rate of profit. This equalization is effected by the transfer of capital, and hence labor, from one branch to another. With the formation of the average rate of profit, the capitalists of some industries, in our case, the leather industry, are deprived of a part of the surplus value created by their workers. On the other hand, the capitalists of other branches, in our example, machine building, realize a surplus of surplus value. This means that the former sell their goods at prices below their value, and the latter at prices above their value. The price of the commodities of each branch is now formed by the cost of production, 100 units, and the average profit, 20 units. The price equal to the cost of production of the commodity plus the average profit is the price of production. In the individual enterprises of a given industry, owing to differences in the conditions of production, there are different, individual prices of production, which are determined by the individual cost of production plus the average profit. But commodities are sold on the average at the common, uniform price of production. The process of formation of the average rate of profit and the price of production may be illustrated in the form of the following table. Goods produced in each of the three industries sell 120 units, say, millions of pounds sterling. Meanwhile, the value of goods in the leather industry is 130 units, in the textile industry 120 units, and in the machine building industry 110 units. In contrast to simple commodity production, commodities under capitalism are no longer sold at prices corresponding to their values, but at prices that correspond to prices of production. The transformation of value into the price of production is the result of the historical development of capitalist production. Under the conditions of simple commodity production, the market prices of commodities generally corresponded to their value. In the first stages of the development of capitalism, there were still considerable differences in the rates of profit in the various branches of production, since the individual branches were not yet sufficiently connected with each other, and there were guild and other restrictions that prevented the free flow of capital from one branch to another. The process of the formation of the average rate of profit and the transformation of value into the price of production is completed only with the victory of capitalist machine industry. Bourgeois economists try to refute Marx's labor theory of value by referring to the fact that the prices of production do not coincide with the value of commodities in certain branches. In reality, however, the law of value remains fully valid under capitalist conditions, because the price of production is only a modified form of value. This is evidenced by the following circumstances. In the first place, some entrepreneurs sell their commodities above their value, others below, but all the capitalists together realize the whole mass of the value of their commodities. On the scale of society as a whole, the sum of the prices of production is equal to the sum of the values of all commodities. Secondly, the sum of the profits of the whole capitalist class is equal to the sum of the surplus value produced by all the unpaid labor of the proletariat. The magnitude of the average rate of profit depends on the magnitude of the surplus value produced in society. Thirdly, a decrease in the value of commodities leads to a decrease in their prices of production, and an increase in the value of commodities leads to a rise in their prices of production. Thus, in capitalist society, the law of the average rate of profit operates, which consists in the fact that different rates of profit, which depend on differences in the organic composition of capital in different branches of production, are equalized as a result of competition into a general, average rate of profit. The law of the average rate of profit, like all the laws of the capitalist mode of production, is realized spontaneously, in the midst of innumerable deviations and fluctuations. In the struggle for the most profitable employment of capital, a fierce competition is waged among the capitalists. Capitalists tend to invest their capital in those branches of production which promise them greater profits. In the pursuit of high profits, there is a flow of capital from one industry to another, as a result of which the average rate of profit is established. Thus, on the basis of the law of the average rate of profit, the distribution of labor and means of production among the different branches of capitalist production is carried out. In developed capitalism, therefore, the law of value acts as a spontaneous regulator of production through the price of production. The price of production is the average around which the market prices of commodities ultimately fluctuate, i.e., the prices at which commodities are actually bought and sold on the market. The equation of the rate of profit and the transformation of value into the price of production further disguise the relation of exploitation, further obscure the true source of capitalist enrichment, the actual difference in magnitude between profit and surplus value. In certain spheres of production now completely obscures the true nature and origin of profit, not only for the capitalist, who in this case has a special interest in deceiving himself, but also for the workers. With the transformation of value into the price of production, the very basis for determining value is hidden from view. 49. In reality, the formation of the average rate of profit means the redistribution of surplus value among the capitalists of the various branches of production. A part of the surplus value created in industries with a low organic composition of capital is appropriated by capitalists in industries with a high organic composition of capital. Consequently, the workers are exploited not only by the capitalists for whom they work, but by the capitalist class as a whole. The entire capitalist class has an interest in increasing the degree of exploitation of the workers, since this leads to an increase in the average rate of profit. As Marx pointed out, the average rate of profit depends on the degree to which all labor is exploited by all capital. The law of the average rate of profit expresses, on the one hand, the contradictions and competitive struggle between the industrial capitalists for the division of surplus value, and, on the other hand, the deep antagonism between the two hostile classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. It testifies to the fact that in capitalist society the bourgeoisie as a class confronts the proletariat as a whole, that the struggle for the partial interests of the workers or of particular groups of workers, the struggle against individual capitalists, cannot lead to a radical change in the position of the working class. The working class will be able to throw off the yoke of capital only by overthrowing the bourgeoisie as a 49K. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, 1953, page 175. Class, only by abolishing the very system of capitalist exploitation. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall. With the development of capitalism, the organic composition of capital is constantly increasing. Each individual entrepreneur, substituting more and more machinery for the workers, reduces the cost of production, expands the sale of his goods, and achieves super profits for himself. But when the technical achievements of individual enterprises become widespread, there is an increase in the organic composition of capital in the majority of enterprises, which leads to a decrease in the general rate of profit. In the same direction, there is a more rapid growth of fixed capital as compared with circulating capital, which leads to a slowdown in the turnover of the total capital. The capitalists, by improving technique, strive to obtain as much profit as possible, and the result of their efforts is what none of them wanted: a reduction in the rate of profit. Let's take an earlier example. The sum of all capitals, equal to 300 units, consists of 240 units of constant capital and 60 units of variable capital. With a rate of surplus value of 100%, 60 units of surplus value are produced, the rate of profit being 20%. Suppose that after 20 years, the total amount of capital has grown from 300 to 500 units. At the same time, as a result of the progress of technology, the organic composition of capital has increased. As a result, 500 units are divided into 425 units of constant capital and 75 units of variable capital. In this case, 75 units of surplus value will be created at the previous rate of surplus value. Now the profit margin will be 75 500ths, 100 equals 15%. The mass of profit increased from 60 to 75 units, and the profit margin decreased from 20 to 15%. Thus, an increase in the organic composition of capital leads to a fall in the average rate of profit. At the same time, a number of factors counteract the decline in the rate of return. First, the exploitation of the working class is growing. The development of the productive forces of capitalism, which finds its expression in the increase in the organic composition of capital, at the same time leads to an increase in the rate of surplus value. In view of this, the rate of profit falls more slowly than it would have been if the rate of surplus value had remained unchanged. Secondly, technological progress, by increasing the organic composition of capital, generates unemployment, which puts pressure on the labor market. This makes it possible for entrepreneurs to reduce wages and set them significantly lower than the cost of labor. Thirdly, as the productivity of labor increases, the value of the means of production, machinery, equipment, raw materials, etc., falls. This retards the growth of the organic composition of capital and consequently counteracts the fall in the rate of profit. Suppose that a businessman has made a worker who had previously worked on 5 looms work on 20 looms. But due to the increase in labor productivity in the machine tool industry, the cost of machine tools has halved. As a result, 20 machines are no longer 4 times more expensive than the previous 5 machines, but only 2 times. Therefore, the share of constant capital per worker will increase not 4-fold, but 2-fold. Fourthly, the fall in the average rate of profit is counteracted by the economy of constant capital effected by the capitalists at the expense of the health and life of the workers. In order to increase profits, employers force workers to work in cramped rooms, without sufficient ventilation, and save on devices required by safety regulations. The result of this stinginess of the capitalists is the undermining of the health of the workers, the enormous number of accidents and the increase in mortality among the working population. Fifthly, the fall in the rate of profit is retarded by the non-equivalence of exchange in foreign trade, when the entrepreneurs of the developed capitalist countries, exporting their goods to the colonial countries, receive super profits. All these counteracting factors do not destroy, but only weaken, the fall in the rate of profit, give it the character of a tendency. Thus, the increase in the organic composition of capital has as its inevitable consequence the law of the tendency of the general, or average, rate of profit to fall. A fall in the rate of profit does not mean a decrease in the mass of profit, that is, in the total amount of surplus value produced by the working class. On the contrary, the mass of profit increases both as the rate of surplus value increases and as the total number of workers exploited by capital increases. For example, in the United States, the amount of industrial profit calculated according to the official data of industrial censuses was $316 million in 1859, $516 million in 1869, $660 million in 1879, $1,513 million in 1889, and $2,245 million in 1899. By intensifying the exploitation of the workers, the capitalists seek to weaken as much as possible the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. This leads to an aggravation of the contradictions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall intensifies the struggle within the bourgeoisie itself for the distribution of the total mass of profit. In pursuit of higher profits, the capitalists rush with their capital to backward countries, where labor is cheaper and the organic composition of capital is lower than in countries with highly developed industry, and begin to intensively exploit the peoples of these countries. This leads to an aggravation of the contradictions between the developed capitalist countries and the backward ones, between the metropolises and the colonies. Further, in order to keep prices at a high level, entrepreneurs unite in various kinds of unions. In this way, they achieve high profits. Finally, in an effort to compensate for the fall in the rate of profit by an increase in its mass, the capitalists expand the volume of production far beyond the limits of effective demand. In this connection, the contradictions caused by the tendency of the rate of profit to fall are especially acute during crises. The law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is one of the striking indicators of the historical limitations of the capitalist mode of production. By sharpening capitalist contradictions, this law clearly shows that at a certain stage the bourgeois system becomes an obstacle to the further development of the productive forces. Brief conclusions. 1. Profit is surplus value, taken in its relation to the capital invested in production, and which appears externally as the product of the total capital. The rate was the ratio of the mass of surplus value produced to the total capital, expressed as a percentage. 2. Intra-branch competition leads to the fact that the prices of homogeneous goods are determined not by the individual, but by the social value of these goods. Inter-branch competition leads to the transfer of capital from one branch to another, to the formation of an average rate of profit within the framework of all capitalist production. On the basis of the law of the average rate of profit, the distribution of labor and means of production among the various branches of the capitalist economy is carried out. 3. As a result of the equalization of the rate of profit, commodities are sold not at value, but at prices of production. The price of production is the price equal to the cost of production of the commodity plus the average profit. The price of production is a modified form of value. The sum of the prices of production is equal to the sum of the values of all commodities. As the value of commodities changes, so does the price of production. 4. With the development of capitalism, with the growth of the organic composition of capital, the average rate of profit shows a tendency to fall. At the same time, the mass of profits is steadily growing. The law of the tendency of the average rate of profit to fall leads to an aggravation of the contradictions of capitalism. Chapter 12. Commerce, Credit, and the Circulation of Money. Trading Profit and its Source. Trade and usurious capital historically preceded industrial capital. Under the capitalist mode of production, these types of capital lose their former independent role. Their functions are limited to servicing industrial capital. As a consequence, under capitalism, merchant capital and interest-bearing capital differ essentially from their pre-capitalist forms. Industrial capital, as has already been said, in the course of its circulation successively assumes three forms: money, productive, and commodity, which differ in their functions. These functional forms of industrial capital are separated from each other at a certain stage of its development. From the industrial capital employed in production, the merchant's capital, in the form of the merchant's capital, and the loan capital, in the form of the banker's capital, are separated. Within the capitalist class, there are three groups involved in the appropriation of surplus value: industrialists, merchants, and bankers. Merchant's capital is employed in a sphere of circulation in which no surplus value is created. Where does the merchant's profit come from? If the capitalist industrialist were himself engaged in the sale of commodities, he would have to expend a part of his capital in furnishing commercial premises, hiring clerks, and other expenses connected with trade. In order to do this, he would have to increase the amount of capital advanced, or to reduce the volume of production with the same advanced capital. In both cases, there would be a decrease in his profits. The industrialist prefers to sell his commodity to an intermediary, the merchant capitalist, who carries out the further promotion of the commodity to the consumers. By handing over the sale of commodities to the trader, the industrial capitalist accelerates the turnover of his capital, and the acceleration of the turnover leads to an increase in profits. This allows the industrialist to cede some share of his profits to the merchant at his own advantage. The industrialist sells a commodity to a merchant at a price that is lower than the price of production. The merchant capitalist, by selling commodities to consumers at the price of production, makes a profit. Trade profit is a part of the surplus value which the manufacturer cedes to the merchant for the sale of his commodities. The labor of wage earners engaged in the sale of commodities, i.e., in the transformation of commodities into money and money into commodities, creates neither value nor surplus value, but it enables the merchant capitalist to appropriate a part of the surplus value created in production. Just as the unpaid labor of the laborer directly creates surplus value for the productive capital, so the unpaid labor of the commercial wage laborers creates for the merchant capital a share in this surplus value. 50. The commercial workers are exploited by the trade capitalists, just as the workers who produce commodities are exploited by the industrialists. In order to realize a certain quantity of commodities, the trader must advance a capital of a certain magnitude for a certain period. With this capital, he seeks to make as much profit as possible. If the rate of commercial profit is less than the average rate of profit, it becomes unprofitable to engage in trade, and the traders transfer their capital to industry, agriculture, or some other branch. On the contrary, a high rate of commercial profit attracts industrial capital to trade. Competition among capitalists leads to the fact that the level of trade profit is determined by the average rate of profit, 50K. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, 1953, page 305. And the average profit is taken in relation to the total capital, including the capital functioning in the sphere of circulation. In the form of commercial profit, the real source of the increase of capital is even more concealed than in the form of industrial profit. The capital of the merchant does not participate in production. The formula for the movement of merchants' capital is M-D-M. Here the stage of productive capital drops out, and the connection with production is outwardly severed. A deceptive appearance is created that profit arises from trade itself by means of a surcharge to price, by the sale of commodities above the price of production. In fact, the opposite happens. The industrialist sells the commodity to the trader below the price of production, ceding to him a part of his profit, which the trader realizes by selling the goods to the consumer at the price of production. Merchants' capital not only participates in the realization of the surplus value created in production, but also additionally exploits the workers as consumers. Marx called capitalist trade a legalized deception. In an effort to obtain additional profits, the trade capitalists inflate prices by all means, widely use the weighing and measuring of buyers, and the sale of low-quality, falsified goods. One of the sources of trade profit is the exploitation of small commodity producers by trading capital. Mercantile capital compels the peasants and artisans to sell it the products of their labor at low prices, and at the same time to buy from it implements, tools, raw materials, and materials at high prices. The share of resellers in the retail price of agricultural products in the United States increased from 54% to 63% between 1913 and 1934. All this leads to the intensification of the impoverishment of the working people and further sharpens the contradictions of capitalism. Circulation costs. The process of capitalist circulation of commodities requires certain expenditures. These costs associated with servicing the sphere of circulation are the costs of circulation. A distinction must be made between two kinds of capitalist costs in the sphere of trade. First, the net costs of circulation, which are directly connected with the processes of buying and selling commodities and are derived from the peculiarities of the capitalist system. Secondly, the costs resulting from the continuation of the process of production in the sphere of circulation. The overwhelming and ever-increasing part of the cost of circulation of capitalist trade consists of net costs. The net cost of circulation includes the costs associated with the transformation of commodities into money and money into commodities. This includes the expenditure caused by competition and speculation on advertising, the greater part of the expenditure on the wages of merchants, on the keeping of account books, on correspondence, on the maintenance of trading offices, etc. The net cost of circulation, as Marx pointed out, does not add any value to the commodity. They are a direct deduction from the total amount of value produced in society, and are covered by the capitalists from the total mass of surplus value produced by the labor of the working class. The increase in the net cost of circulation testifies to the growth of waste under capitalism. In the vast majority of cases, capitalist advertising is in one way or another associated with deceiving buyers. In the United States, advertising expenses accounted for $1.6 billion in 1934 and $2.1 billion in 1940. In the decade from 1940 to 1950, advertising spending in the United States increased another 2.7 times. With the development of capitalism and the aggravation of the difficulties in the sale of commodities, a colossal trade apparatus with many links is being created. Before reaching the consumer, the goods pass through the hands of a whole army of traders, speculators, resellers, and commission agents. The costs associated with the continuation of the process of production in the sphere of circulation include the costs of processing, transporting, and packing commodities, which are necessary for society and do not depend on the peculiarities of the capitalist economy. Each product is only ready for consumption when it is delivered to the consumer. The costs of processing, transporting, and packaging goods correspondingly increase the cost of producing goods. The labor of the laborers expended in this way transfers the value of the expended means of production to the commodity and adds a new value to the value of the commodity. The anarchy of capitalist production and crises, competition and speculation lead to the accumulation of gigantic, excessive stocks of commodities, lengthen and distort their paths, which leads to enormous unproductive expenditures. Capitalist advertising causes excessive, costly packaging of goods. This means that an increasing part of the costs of transporting, storing, and packing goods is converted into net costs arising from the peculiarities of the capitalist system. The continuous increase in the cost of circulation is one of the indicators of the growth of parasitism in bourgeois society. The costs of capitalist trade place a heavy burden on the working people as buyers. In the United States, the cost of circulation was 31% in 1929 and 32.8% in 1935, but today it is even higher. In the capitalist countries of Europe, the cost of circulation is about a third of the total retail turnover. Forms of capitalist trade. Commodity exchanges. With the development of capitalist production and circulation, the forms of trade, both wholesale and retail, also developed. Wholesale trade is trade between industrial and commercial enterprises, and retail trade is the sale of goods directly to the public. In trade, as in industry, there is a concentration and centralization of capital. The ousting of small and medium capitalists by the big capitalists takes place both in wholesale and retail trade. In the retail trade, the concentration of capital is carried out mainly in the form of the creation of large department stores and specialized stores. Department stores sell all kinds of goods, while specialty stores sell only one type of product, such as shoes or clothing. The production of homogeneous goods allows traders to wholesale by design. Mass homogeneous goods, cotton, flax fiber, ferrous and non-ferrous metals, rubber, grain, sugar, coffee, etc., are sold and bought according to established standards and samples on commodity exchanges. A commodity exchange is a special kind of market where mass homogeneous commodities are traded, and where the demand and supply of these commodities are concentrated on the scale of entire countries, and often on the scale of the world capitalist market. Commodities that are the subject of exchange transactions between capitalists do not change hands directly. Transactions are usually made on time. The seller undertakes to deliver a certain amount of goods to the buyer by the specified time. For example, in the spring, deals are made for the supply of cotton of the future crop, while the cotton has not yet been sown. When concluding exchange transactions, the seller expects that the price of this product will fall by the said date and he will get the difference in prices, while the buyer expects an increase in prices. Often, sellers on the exchange do not have the goods they sell at all, and buyers do not need the goods they buy. Thus, commodity exchanges are a place for speculative trading. Speculators buy and sell ownership of commodities to which they have nothing to do. Speculation is inseparably linked with the whole structure of capitalist trade, since this trade is aimed not at satisfying the needs of society, but at making a profit. It is mainly the big capitalists who profit from speculative trade. It leads to the ruin of a significant part of small and medium-sized entrepreneurs. In bourgeois countries, trade on credit or in installments is often used. This type of trade often leads to the fact that the mass consumer is forced to pay with his property, not being able to repay the debt on time. Trade on credit is often used by capitalists for the sale of defective, stale goods. Foreign trade. As already mentioned, the transition to capitalism was associated with the creation of the world market. Lenin pointed out that capitalism is the result of a widely developed circulation of commodities which goes beyond the boundaries of the state. Therefore, it is impossible to imagine a capitalist nation without foreign trade, and there is no such nation. 51. In the course of the development of commodity circulation, which goes beyond the limits of national markets, capitalist foreign trade expands. The expansion of world trade in itself expresses the development of the international division of labor associated with the growth of productive forces. But for the capitalists, foreign trade is a means of increasing profits. In the pursuit of profit, capitalists are looking for new markets for their goods. And 51. Sources of raw materials. The narrowness of the domestic market as a result of the impoverishment of the masses and the seizure of domestic sources of raw materials by the big capitalists increase their desire to dominate foreign markets and increase the importance of foreign trade. Foreign trade reached its full development only in the epoch of capitalism. In the 100 years from 1800 to 1900, the turnover of world trade increased by more than 12.5 times, from $1.5 billion to $18.9 billion. Over the next 3 decades, it increased by more than 3.5. In 1929, it reached $68.6 billion. Foreign trade is a source of additional profit for the capitalists of the more developed bourgeois countries, since manufactured goods are sold to the backward countries at relatively higher prices, and raw materials are bought in these countries at lower prices. Foreign trade serves as one of the means of economically enslaving the backward countries by the developed bourgeois countries and expanding the spheres of influence of the capitalist powers. For example, the English East India Company plundered India for more than 250 years, 1600 to 1858. As a result of the predatory exploitation of the local population by the East India Company, many provinces of India were turned into deserts. The fields were not cultivated, the land was overgrown with bushes, and the population died out. Foreign trade consists of exports, i.e., the export of goods, and imports, i.e., the importation of goods. The ratio between the sum of the prices of the commodities exported by a given country and the sum of the prices of the commodities imported by it during a certain period, e.g., a year, constitutes its balance of trade. If exports exceed imports, the trade balance is positive, and if imports exceed exports, the trade balance is passive. A country with a passive trade balance must cover the deficit from sources such as gold reserves, income from the transportation of goods from foreign countries, income from investments in other countries, and finally from foreign loans. The trade balance does not reveal all forms of economic relations between countries. This relationship finds a fuller expression in the balance of payments. The balance of payments is the ratio between the sum of all payments owed to a country from other countries and the sum of all payments that that country owes to other countries. The nature of economic relations between the countries also determines the foreign trade policy of the capitalist states. In the era of pre-monopoly capitalism, two main types of trade policy developed: a policy of free trade, and a policy of protection of domestic industry, protectionism, mainly through the introduction of high customs duties on foreign goods. Loan capital. Just as commodity capital is isolated in the form of merchant's capital, money capital is isolated in the form of loanable capital. In the process of turnover of capital, the industrial capitalist at certain moments acquires free money capital, which finds no use in his business. For example, when a capitalist accumulates a sinking fund for the replacement of retired parts of fixed capital, he has temporarily free sums of money. These sums will be spent on the purchase of new equipment and machines only in a few years. If an industrialist sells finished goods on a monthly basis and buys raw materials every 6 months, he has free money on hand for 5 months. It is an active capital, i.e., capital that yields no profit. At other times, the capitalist has a need for money, for example, when he has not yet managed to sell the finished commodity, and he needs to buy raw materials. While one entrepreneur has a temporary surplus of money capital, another makes a demand for it. In the pursuit of profit, the capitalist strives to ensure that every particle of his capital yields income. The capitalist lends free money, i.e., for temporary use to other capitalists. Loanable capital is money capital which its owner lends for a time to another capitalist for a certain remuneration. The distinguishing feature of loanable capital is that it is not employed in production by the capitalist whose property it is. By being able to borrow money, the industrial capitalist is relieved of the need to keep large reserves of money idle. The money loan enables the industrialist to expand production, to increase the number of workers, and consequently to increase the amount of surplus value obtained. As a reward for the money capital placed at his disposal, the manufacturer pays to the owner of this capital a certain sum, called interest. Interest is the part of the profit which the industrial capitalist pays to the loan capitalist for the loan granted to him by the latter. The source of interest is surplus value. Loanable capital is interest-bearing capital. The movement of loan capital is based entirely on the movement of industrial capital. The borrowed capital is used in production for the purpose of extracting surplus value. Therefore, loan capital, like all capital in general, expresses first of all the relations of production between capitalists and the workers they exploit. At the same time, loan capital directly expresses the relations between two groups of capitalists. On the one hand, money capitalists, and on the other hand, functioning capitalists, industrialists and merchants. The formula for the movement of loanable capital is M. Not only the stage of productive capital, but also the stage of commodity capital, is omitted here. It appears that the source of income is not the surplus value produced by the exploitation of the workers in the sphere of production, but the money itself. That loanable capital yields a revenue in the form of interest, appears to be as natural a property of money as that a fruit tree bears fruit. Here the fetishism characteristic of capitalist relations reaches its highest limit. The owner of money capital places his capital at the disposal of the industrial capitalist for a time, who employs it in production for the purpose of appropriating surplus value. Thus, there is a separation of the ownership of capital from the application of capital to production, a separation of capital as property from capital as a function. Interest and entrepreneurial income. The rate of interest and its tendency to fall. The industrialist gives the money capitalist a part of his profit in the form of interest. Thus, the average profit is divided into two parts. That part of the average profit which remains in the hands of the industrial capitalist is called entrepreneurial income. If the form of interest gives the false impression that interest is the natural product of capital property, the form of entrepreneurial income gives rise to the illusion that this income is the payment of the labor of the functioning capitalist in directing and supervising the work of the wage earners in his enterprise. As a matter of fact, entrepreneurial income, like interest, has nothing to do with the work of directing production. It is a part of the surplus value appropriated by the capitalists free of charge. The proportion in which the average profit is divided into entrepreneurial income and interest depends on the ratio of the demand and supply of loanable capital on the state of the money capital market. The higher the demand for money capital, the higher the rate of interest, other things being equal. The rate of interest is the ratio of the amount of interest to the money capital lent. Under ordinary conditions, the upper limit of the rate of interest is the average rate of profit, since interest is a part of the profit. As a rule, the rate of interest is much lower than the average rate of profit. With the development of capitalism, the rate of interest shows a tendency to fall. This tendency is the result of two causes. First, the operation of the law of the tendency of the average rate of profit to fall, since the average rate of profit forms the upper limit of fluctuations in the rate of interest. Secondly, with the development of capitalism, the total quantity of loan capital grows faster than the demand for it. One of the reasons for the growth of loan capital is the increase among the bourgeoisie of the group of rentiers, i.e., capitalists, owners of money capital who are not engaged in entrepreneurial activity. This is also a manifestation of the intensification of parasitism in bourgeois society. The growth of loan capital is facilitated by the centralization of free funds in banks and savings banks. From 1866 to 1880, the interest rate on short-term loans in the U.S. money market was as follows: 3.6, lowest rate, to 17, highest rate, in 1881 to 1900 respectively, from 2.63 to 9.75, in 1901 to 1920 from 2.98 to 8.0, in 1921 to 1935 from 0.75 to 7.81. Forms of credit. Banks and their operations. Capitalist credit is a form of movement of loan capital. By means of credit, temporarily free money capital is transformed into loanable capital. Under capitalism there are two forms of credit: commercial credit and banking credit. Commercial credit is credit given to each other by functioning capitalists, i.e., industrialists and merchants, in the sale of goods. The industrialist, in order to hasten the turnover of his capital in the form of commodities, sells the commodity on credit to another manufacturer or wholesaler, and the wholesaler in his turn sells the commodity on credit to the retailer. Commercial credit is used by capitalists in the purchase and sale of raw materials, fuel, equipment, machinery, and consumer goods. Usually, a commercial loan is short-term. It is granted for a period of no more than a few months. The instrument of commercial credit is the promissory note. A promissory note is a promissory note under which the debtor undertakes to pay money for the purchased goods by a certain date. When the bill becomes due, the buyer who issued the bill must pay it in cash. Commercial credit is thus linked to a commodity transaction. As a consequence, it is the basis of the capitalist credit system. Bankers' credit is credit given by money capitalists, bankers, to functioning capitalists. Bankers' credit, unlike commercial credit, does not come from capital employed in production or circulation, but from idle and temporarily free money capital seeking employment. Bankers' credit is carried out by banks. A bank is a capitalist enterprise that trades in money capital and acts as an intermediary between creditors and borrowers. On the one hand, the bank collects free, idle capitals and revenues, and on the other hand, it places money capital at the disposal of functioning capitalists, industrialists and merchants. The overwhelming majority of the bank's capital is someone else's property and must be returned. But at any given moment, only a comparatively small fraction of depositors are claiming the return of their deposits. In most, the inflow of new deposits. The situation changes radically in the face of some kind of upheaval, a crisis or a war. In this case, depositors simultaneously demand the return of deposits. Under normal circumstances, however, a bank can hold only comparatively small sums of money in its treasury to pay back those who demand back their deposits. The majority of deposits are lent by the bank. Bank operations are divided into passive and active. Passive transactions are those through which the bank attracts funds to its cash desk. Chief among these operations is the acceptance of deposits. Deposits are made on different terms. Some are for a certain period, others are made without specifying a term. The bank is obliged to repay term deposits on demand, while term deposits are subject to repayment only within the agreed period. Thus, term deposits are more profitable for the bank. Active transactions are those through which a bank lends money. One of these operations is the discounting of bills of exchange. The industrialist who sells his goods on credit transfers the bill received from the buyer to the bank, and the bank immediately pays the manufacturer the amount of the bill less a certain interest. At the end of the term, the drawer of the bill no longer pays the industrialist, but the bank. Through this operation, commercial credit is intertwined with banking credit. Further, the active operations of the bank include the issuance of loans against various types of security, secured by goods, securities, commodity documents. Finally, the bank makes direct investments of capital in certain enterprises in the form of a long-term loan. Thus, the banker is a trader in money capital. The bank pays interest on passive operations, and it receives interest on active operations. The bank borrows money at a lower interest rate and lends it back at a higher interest rate. The source of the bank's profit is the difference between the interest charged by the bank for loans and the interest paid by it on deposits. This difference covers the costs associated with the execution of its operations. These costs are the net cost of circulation. The remaining amount is the bank's profit. The mechanism of capitalist competition spontaneously reduces the level of this profit to the average rate of return on equity. The labor of the wage earners employed in the bank does not create value and surplus value, but enables the banker to appropriate a part of the surplus value created in production. Bank employees are thus exploited by bankers. Banks play the role of clearing houses. Each company that has made a deposit or received a loan has a current account with the bank. The bank issues money from the current account on a special request, which is called a check. Therefore, the bank performs the functions of a cashier for many enterprises. This circumstance opens up the possibility of a wide development of non-cash payments. Capitalist A, having sold the commodity to Capitalist B, receives a check from him to the bank where both have current accounts. The bank makes the payment by transferring the amount of the check from the current account B to the current account A. Companies have current accounts in various banks. In the largest centers, banks set up special clearinghouses, where checks received from many banks are largely mutually redeemed. The circulation of checks and bills of exchange reduces the need for cash. Under capitalism, there are three main types of banks: commercial, mortgage, and issue. Commercial banks lend to industrialists and merchants primarily by issuing short-term loans. In this case, the accounting of bills plays an important role. This credit is provided mainly by deposits. Mortgage banks are engaged in issuing long-term loans secured by real estate, land plots, houses, buildings. The emergence and activity of mortgage banks are closely connected with the development of capitalism in agriculture and with the exploitation of the peasants by the bankers. This type of bank is joined by agricultural banks, which provide long-term loans for productive purposes. Issuing banks have the right to issue credit money, banknotes. Central banks of issue play a special role. These banks concentrate the country's gold reserves. They have a monopoly on the issue of banknotes. Central banks usually do not conduct transactions with individual industrialists and traders, but give loans to commercial banks, which in turn deal with entrepreneurs. Thus, central banks of issue are banks of banks. By concentrating loan operations and payments, banks contribute to the acceleration of the turnover of capital and the reduction of the costs of money circulation. At the same time, the activity of banks contributes to the centralization of capital, the ousting of small and medium capitalists, the intensification of the exploitation of workers, and the robbery of handicraftsmen and artisans. Mortgage loans ruin the peasants, because the payment of interest on these loans, absorbing a large part of their income, leads to the decline of the economy. Debt repayment is often carried out by selling off the property and land of peasants who have become dependent on banks. Concentrating all the money capital of society, acting as intermediaries for credit, banks are a kind of apparatus for the spontaneous distribution of resources among the branches of the economy. This distribution takes place not in the interests of society and not in accordance with its needs, but in the interests of the capitalists. Credit contributes to the expansion of production, but this expansion again and again runs up against the narrow limits of effective demand. Credit and banks lead to a further increase in the socialization of labor, but the social character of production comes into ever sharper conflict with the private capitalist form of appropriation. Thus, the development of credit sharpens the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production and intensifies its anarchy. Joint stock companies. Fictitious capital. In modern capitalist countries, the overwhelming majority of large enterprises take the form of joint stock companies. Joint stock companies appeared at the beginning of the 17th century, but they became widespread only in the second half of the 19th century. A joint stock company is a form of enterprise, the capital of which is made up of the contributions of its members who own a certain number of shares, in proportion to the amount of funds invested by each of them. A share is a security that gives the right to participate in the distribution of income from the enterprise in accordance with the amount indicated on it. The income received by the owner of the shares is called a dividend. Shares are bought and sold at a certain price, which is called their price. A capitalist who buys shares could invest his capital in a bank and get, say, 5%. However, he is not satisfied with this income, he prefers to buy shares. Although this is associated with some risk, but it promises him a higher income. Let us assume that the share capital of $10 million is divided into 20,000 shares at a price of $500 each, and that the company has made a profit of $1 million. The joint stock company decides to leave $250,000 of this amount as a reserve, i.e. reserve capital, and distribute the remaining $750,000 as a dividend among shareholders. In this case, each share will bring its owner an income in the form of a dividend, $750,000, 20,000 shares, of $37.05, which is 7.5%. Shareholders seek to sell their shares for an amount that, if deposited in the bank, would yield the same amount of interest as they receive in the form of a dividend. If a $500 share paid $37.50 in dividends, shareholders will seek to sell it for $750, since by depositing this amount in a bank that pays 5% on deposits, its owner can receive the same $37.50 in interest. The share price depends on the size of the dividend and the level of loan interest. The share price rises when the dividend increases or the rate of interest falls. Conversely, it falls when the dividend decreases or the rate of interest rises. The difference between the sum of the share prices issued at the establishment of a joint stock company and the amount of capital actually invested in that enterprise constitutes the founder's profit. The founder's profit is one of the important sources of enrichment for the big capitalists. If the capital previously invested in the enterprise is $10 million, and the sum of the prices of the issued shares is $15 million, then the founder's profit in this case will be $5 million. As a result of the transformation of an individual enterprise into a joint stock company, capital receives a kind of double existence. The actual capital invested in the enterprise in the amount of $10 million exists in the form of factory buildings, machinery, raw materials, warehouses, finished products, and finally in the form of known amounts of money stored in the cash register of the enterprise or in a current account in a bank. But next to this real capital, when organizing a joint stock company, securities appear, shares worth $15 million. The share is only a reflection of the really existing capital of the enterprise. But at the same time, shares already exist separately from the enterprise. They're bought and sold, banks issue loans against shares, and so on. Formally, the supreme body of the joint stock company is the general meeting of shareholders, which elects the board, appoints officers, hears and approves the report on the work of the enterprise, and decides on the main issues of the joint stock company's activities. But the number of votes at the general meeting is determined in accordance with the amount of shares submitted by their owners. Therefore, in fact, the joint stock company is entirely in the hands of a small handful of the largest shareholders, as a certain part of the shares are distributed among the small and medium proprietors, who are deprived of the possibility of exerting any influence on the course of affairs. It is not necessary in practice for the largest capitalists to own even half the shares in order to dominate the joint stock company. The number of shares that makes it possible to fully manage a joint stock company is called a controlling stake. Thus, a joint stock company is a form in which big capital subjugates and uses for its own purposes the funds of small and medium capitalists. The spread of joint stock companies greatly contributes to the centralization of capital and the enlargement of production. Capital that exists in the form of securities that generate income for their owners is called fictitious capital. Fictitious capital includes stocks and bonds. A bond is a debt certificate issued by a company or the government and earns its holder a fixed interest rate annually. Securities, stocks, bonds, etc., are bought and sold on stock exchanges. A stock exchange is a securities market. At any given moment, the exchange registers the rates at which securities are sold and bought. Transactions with securities and over the counter, for example, in banks, are made at these rates. The price of securities depends on the level of interest rate and the height of the expected income from these securities. On the stock exchange, there is speculation in securities. Since the big capitalists have all the advantages in the speculative game, stock speculation contributes to the centralization of capital, the enrichment of the capitalist elite, and the ruin of the middle and small owners. The spread of credit, and especially of joint stock companies, more and more transforms the capitalist into the recipient of interest and dividends, while the management of production is carried on by hired persons, managers, directors. In this way, the parasitic character of capitalist property is becoming more and more intense. The money circulation of the capitalist countries. Even before the advent of capitalism, metallic monetary systems arose, in which metal acts as a monetary commodity. Metallic monetary systems are divided into bimetallic, when the measure of value and the basis of monetary circulation are two metals, silver and gold, and monometallic, when one of the two specified metals plays this role. At the early stages of the development of capitalism, 16-18 centuries, the monetary systems of many countries were bimetallic. By the end of the 19th century, almost all capitalist countries switched to a monometallic, gold monetary system. At the beginning of the 20th century, silver monometallism was still preserved in China and Mexico, but then these countries also switched to a gold currency. The main features of the system of gold monometallism are free minting of gold coins, free exchange of other banknotes for gold coins, and free movement of gold between countries. The free minting of gold coins means the right of private individuals to exchange their gold for coins at the mint. At the same time, coin owners have the ability to turn coins into gold bars. In this way, a direct and intimate connection is established between gold as a commodity and gold coins. Under such a system, the quantity of money in circulation is spontaneously adjusted to the needs of the circulation of commodities. If there is a surplus of money, some of it goes out of circulation and becomes a hoard. If there is a shortage of money, there is an influx of it into the sphere of circulation. Money is transformed from a treasure into a medium of circulation and a means of payment. In order to serve the small circulation in gold monometallism, inferior coins made of cheaper metals, such as silver, copper, etc., are put into circulation. The instrument of international settlements for trade and financial and credit operations is the world money, gold. The currency of one country is exchanged for the currency of other countries at the exchange rate. The exchange rate is the price of the monetary unit of one country, expressed in the monetary units of other countries. For example, 1 pound is equal to a certain number of dollars. Settlements on foreign trade operations can be made without the use of gold or foreign currency. In one case, it can be clearing, i.e. mutual offsetting of claims and obligations for commodity deliveries in bilateral trade. In the other case, settlements between countries can be made by transferring bills of exchange from country to country without sending gold. With the growth of credit relations and the development of the function of money as a means of payment, credit money appeared and was widely developed. Bills of exchange, banknotes, and checks began to function mainly as a means of payment. Although a bill of exchange is not money, it can serve as a means of payment by transferring a bill of exchange from one capitalist to another. The main type of credit money is banknotes. Banknotes, or banknotes, are issued by banks to replace bills of exchange. This means that the banknote is ultimately based on a commodity transaction. The issue of banknotes makes it possible to serve the increased circulation of commodities by means of circulation and payment without increasing the amount of metallic money. Under the gold system of currency, banknotes can be exchanged by banks for gold or other metallic money at any time. Under these conditions, banknotes circulate on a par with gold coins and cannot depreciate, since in addition to credit collateral they also have metal. With the development of capitalism, there is a relative reduction in the amount of gold in circulation. Gold is increasingly accumulating in the form of a reserve fund in central banks of issue. The capitalist states have embarked on the path of building up gold reserves in order to strengthen their position in foreign trade, to seize new markets, and for the purpose of preparing and waging wars. Gold in circulation began to be replaced by banknotes and then by paper money. If at first banknotes were, as a rule, redeemable for gold, then later non-redeemable banknotes began to be issued. This greatly brought banknotes closer to paper money. As already mentioned, paper money arose on the basis of the development of the function of money as a medium of circulation. Paper money issued by the state with a forced exchange rate is not redeemable for gold and is a representative of full-fledged metal money in its function as a medium of circulation. From the beginning of the First Imperialist World War, 1914 to 1918, most of the capitalist countries switched to a system of paper money circulation. At present, there is no gold money in circulation in any country. The ruling classes of the capitalist states use the issue of irredeemable banknotes, paper money, and the depreciation of currencies as a means of additional exploitation and robbery of the working people. This is especially evident in inflation. Inflation is characterized by the presence of an excess mass of paper money in the channels of circulation, its depreciation, a rise in the prices of commodities, a fall in the real wages of workers and employees, an increase in the ruin of the peasants, and an increase in the profits of the capitalists and the incomes of the landlords. Bourgeois states use inflation as a weapon of economic warfare against other countries and the capture of new markets. Inflation often gives additional profits to exporters who buy goods in their own country with depreciated money at a low exchange rate and sell these goods abroad for hard currency. At the same time, the growth of inflation brings disorder into economic life and arouses the indignation of the masses. This forces the bourgeois states to carry out monetary reforms in order to strengthen the monetary system and stabilize the currency. The most common type of monetary reform is devaluation. Devaluation is the official depreciation of the exchange rate of paper money in relation to the metal currency, accompanied by the exchange of old, depreciated paper money for a smaller quantity of new money. In Germany, for example, in 1924 the old, depreciated money was exchanged for new money, denominated in gold marks, at the rate of 1 trillion marks for 1 mark. Monetary reforms in the capitalist countries are carried out at the expense of the working people by increasing taxes and lowering wages. Brief conclusions. 1. Merchant's capital serves the circulation of industrial capital. Commercial profit is the part of the surplus value which the manufacturer concedes to the trader. The exploitation by merchant capital of its wage earners enables it to appropriate a part of the surplus value created in production. Merchant's capital exploits workers and other strata of workers as buyers of consumer goods. With the development of capitalist trade, unproductive expenditures in the sphere of circulation increase. Foreign trade under capitalism serves as one of the means of economic enslavement of the less industrially developed countries by the more developed, industrialized capitalist powers. 2. Loan capital is the money capital which its owner lends to the capitalist for a time in return for a reward in the form of interest. Interest is a portion of the profit of the industrial capitalist, which he gives to the owner of the loanable capital. 3. Capitalist credit is a form of movement of loan capital. The main types of credit are commercial and banking. The banks concentrate the money of society in their hands and make it available in the form of money capital to the capitalists, the industrialists and merchants. The development of credit leads to the growth of capitalist contradictions. The separation of the ownership of capital from the employment of capital in production clearly reveals the parasitic nature of capitalist property. 4. A joint stock company is a form of enterprise, the capital of which is made up of the contributions of its members who own a certain number of shares, in proportion to the amount of funds invested by each of them. In joint stock companies, big capital subjugates and uses in its own interests the funds of small and medium capitalists. Joint stock companies increase the centralization of capital. 5. With the development of credit money, or banknotes, issued by banks instead of bills of exchange, became widespread. The ruling classes of capitalist society use the issue of paper money to intensify the exploitation of the working people. Through inflation, government spending is shifted onto the shoulders of the masses. Monetary reforms are carried out by capitalist states at the expense of the interests of the working people. Chapter 13. Ground rent. Agrarian relations under capitalism. The capitalist system of agriculture in private ownership of land. In bourgeois countries, capitalism dominates not only industry but also agriculture. Most of the land is concentrated in the hands of a class of large landowners. The bulk of marketable agricultural products are produced by capitalist enterprises on the basis of the use of hired labor. In all bourgeois countries, however, small-scale peasant farming remains the numerically predominant form of economy in agriculture, with the exception of England, where it was expropriated as early as the 18th century. The two main paths of development of capitalism in agriculture are the most typical. The first way is that the old landlord economy is basically preserved and, through agrarian reforms, is gradually transformed into a capitalist one. In their transition to capitalist forms of management, the landlords used serfdom methods of exploitation along with the use of free hired labor. In agriculture, enslaving forms of dependence of the peasants on the landlords persist in the form of labor, sharecropping, and so forth. This path of capitalist evolution of agriculture is characteristic of Germany, Tsarist Russia, Italy, Japan, and a number of other countries. The second way is that the old landlord economy is broken up by the bourgeois revolution. Agriculture is freed from the fetters of serfdom, as a result of which the development of the productive forces is more rapid. In France, for example, the bourgeois revolution of 1789 to 1794 abolished feudal landownership. The confiscated lands of the nobility and clergy were sold. Small-scale peasant farming began to predominate in the country, but a large part of the land fell into the hands of the bourgeoisie. In the United States of America, as a result of the Civil War of 1861 to 1865, the slaveholding latifundia of the southern states were abolished, a lot of unoccupied land was distributed for a small fee, and agriculture began to develop along the path of capitalist farming. But even in these countries, with the development of capitalism, large-scale landed property was revived on a new, capitalist basis. As a result of the transformation of pre-capitalist forms of land ownership, large-scale feudal and small peasant ownership of land increasingly gave way to bourgeois landed property. An ever-increasing part of the landlords' and peasants' lands passed into the hands of banks, industrialists, merchants and usurers. The concentration of land ownership is evidenced by the following data. In the United States of America in 1940, 79.7% of farms owned only 29.8% of the total land area, and 20.3% of farms owned 70.2% of the land. At the same time, the largest latifundia, which had over 1,000 acres of land per farm and accounted for 1.6% of all farms, owned 34.3% of the land. In England and Wales, 2,250 landlords own one-half of the cultivated land. In Scotland, 4/5 of the territory belongs to 600 landlords. The possessions of individual lords reach colossal sizes. For example, the Duke of Sutherland owns 400,000 hectares of land. The Duke of Devonshire owns 80,000 hectares in the county of Derbyshire alone. The land of London belongs to 11 lords. A lot of land suitable for agriculture is used by landlords for non-productive purposes, for parks, hunting grounds, etc. In France in 1929, 57.3% of the land was in the hands of 12.5% of farms, and small peasant farms, which made up 54.5% of farms, had only 9.8% of the land area. In pre-revolutionary Russia, a huge amount of land was owned by landowners, the royal family, monasteries and kulaks. The largest landowners, who owned more than 500 acres of land each, in European Russia by the end of the 19th century numbered approximately 30,000. In their hands were 70 million acres of land. At the same time, 10.5 million ruined peasant farms, oppressed by serfdom, had 75 million deshetins. Under capitalism there is a monopoly of private ownership of land by a class of large landowners. A large landowner usually leases a considerable part of the land to tenant capitalists and small peasants. Landed property is separated from agricultural production. The tenant capitalists pay to the landlord at a certain time, for example, annually, the rent fixed in the lease agreement, i.e., the sum of money for permission to employ his capital on a given piece of land. The main part of the rent is ground rent. Rent includes, in addition to ground rent, other elements. For example, if capital has been previously invested in the leased land plot, for example, in outbuildings or irrigation facilities, then the lessee must pay the landowner an annual interest on this capital in addition to the ground rent. In practice, tenant capitalists often cover part of the rent by lowering the wages of the workers. Capitalist ground rent expresses the relations of the three classes of bourgeois society: the wage workers, the capitalists, and the landowners. The surplus value created by the labor of the wage laborers falls first of all into the hands of the tenant capitalist. A part of the surplus value, in the form of the average return on capital, remains with the tenant. The other part of the surplus value, which is a surplus over and above the average profit, the tenant is compelled to give to the landlord in the form of ground rent. Capitalist ground rent is that part of the surplus value which remains after deducting the average profit on the capital invested in the economy and is paid to the landlord. It is not uncommon for the landowner not to lease the land, but to hire workers and farm himself. In such a case, rent and profit go to him alone. A distinction should be made between differential, and absolute rent. Differential rent. In agriculture, as in industry, the entrepreneur invests his capital in production only if he is assured of an average profit. Entrepreneurs who employ capital under more favorable conditions of production, for instance on more fertile plots of land, make an additional profit in addition to the average profit on capital. In industry, surplus profit cannot be a permanent phenomenon. As soon as this or that technical improvement introduced in a particular enterprise becomes widespread, this enterprise is deprived of additional profit. In agriculture, on the other hand, the surplus profit is fixed for a more or less long period. This is explained by the fact that any number of enterprises with the most advanced machines can be built in industry. In agriculture, it is impossible to create any number of plots of land, let alone the best plots, because the amount of land is limited and all the land suitable for cultivation is occupied by private farms. The limitation of the land and its employment by individual farms determine the monopoly of capitalist economy on the land, or the monopoly of land as an object of economy. Further, in industry, the price of production of commodities is determined by the average conditions of production. Otherwise, the price of production of agricultural commodities is formed. The monopoly of capitalist economy on the land leads to the fact that the total, regulating price of production, i.e., the cost of production plus the average profit of agricultural products is determined not by the conditions of production on the average, but on the worst of the cultivated land, since the products of the best and middle lands are insufficient to meet the social demand. If the tenant capitalist, who employs capital on the worst piece of land, did not make an average profit, he would transfer this capital to another trade. The capitalists, who farm on the middle and better plots of land, produce agricultural commodities cheaper, that is to say, their individual price of production is lower than the general price of production. Taking advantage of the monopoly of land as an object of economy, these capitalists sell their commodities at the general price of production and thus obtain an additional profit, which forms differential rent. Differential rent arises independently of private ownership of land. It is formed by the fact that agricultural products produced under different conditions of productivity are sold at the same market price, determined by the conditions of production on the worst lands. The tenant capitalists are compelled to give differential rent to the landlords, keeping the average profit for themselves. Differential rent is the surplus of profit over and above the average profit obtained in farms under more favorable conditions of production. It is the difference between the individual price of production on the best and middle plots of land and the total price of production determined by the conditions of production on the worst plots of land. This surplus profit, like all surplus value in agriculture, is created by the labor of agricultural laborers. Differences in the fertility of land are only a condition of higher productivity on better land. But under capitalism the deceptive appearance is created that the rent appropriated by the owners of the land is the product of the land and not of labor. As a matter of fact, the only source of ground rent is surplus labor, surplus value. With a correct understanding of rent, it is natural first of all to admit that it is not derived from the soil, but from the product of agriculture, that is, from labor, from the price of the product of labor, for instance wheat. From the value of the agricultural product, from the labor invested in the land, and not from the land. 52. There are two forms of differential rent. Differential rent I is related to the difference in soil fertility and in the location of land plots in relation to markets. In a more fertile area, a higher yield is obtained with the same expenditure of capital. Take as an example 3 plots of land that are the same size but different in fertility. Custom production price. General production qualification. Plot land. Cost of capital in dollars. Average profit in dollars. Products produced in centers all products in dollars 100 weight in dollars 100 weight in dollars all products in dollars. Differential rent 1 in dollars. I. 2. 3 100 100 100 20 20 20 4 5 6 120 120 120 30 24 20 30 30 31 20 150 180 030 60. The tenant of each of these plots spends $100 each on hiring workers, buying seeds, machinery, implements, keeping livestock, and other expenses. The average profit is 20%. Labor invested in plots of different fertility yields a harvest of 4 quintals on one plot, 5 quintals on another, and 6 quintals on a third. The individual price of production of the entire mass of manufactured products is the same at each site. It is equal to $120, cost of production plus average profit. The individual unit price of production at each site is different. A hundredweight of agricultural products from the first plot would be sold for $30, from the second at $24, and from the third at $20. But as the total price of production of 52K. Marx, Theories of Surplus Value, Volume 2, Part 1, 1936, page 221. Agricultural commodities is the same, and is determined by the conditions of production on the worst piece of land. Each hundredweight of produce on all plots will be sold at $30. The tenant of the first, worst, plot will get $4 for his harvest of 120 hundredweights, that is, an amount equal to his production cost, $100, plus an average profit, $20. The tenant of the second plot will get $5 for his 150 quintals. Over and above the cost of production and the average profit, he will receive $30 in surplus profit, which will constitute differential rent. Finally, the tenant of the third plot will get $6 for 180 quintals. The differential rent here will be $60. Differential rent I is also related to the difference in the location of land plots. Farms that are located closer to the points of sale, cities, railway stations, seaports, grain elevators, etc., save a significant part of the labor and means of production in the transportation of products in comparison with farms more distant from these points. By selling their products at the same prices, farms close to markets receive an additional profit, which forms a differential rent. Differential rent too arises as a result of the additional investment of means of production and labor on the same area of land, i.e., with the intensification of agriculture. In contrast to extensive farming, which grows by increasing the cultivated area or pasture, intensive farming develops through the use of improved machinery, artificial fertilizers, land reclamation, breeding of more productive breeds of livestock, etc. As a result, additional profits are obtained, which form a differential rent. Let's go back to our example. On the third plot, the best in fertility, $100 was initially spent, 6 quintals of production were produced, the average profit was $20, and the differential rent was $60. Let us suppose that, at the same prices, a second, additional, more productive expenditure of capital of $100 is made in this area, connected with the development of technology, the use of a large amount of fertilizer, etc. As a result, an additional harvest of 700 weights is obtained. The average profit on additional capital is $20, and the surplus over and above the average profit is $90. This surplus of $90 is the differential rent too. As long as the old lease is in force, the tenant pays a differential rent of $60 on the land, and pockets the surplus over and above the average profit derived from the second, additional, outlay of capital. But the land is leased for a certain period. In the subsequent lease of the land, the landlord will take into account the advantages of the additional capital expenditure and increase the rent for the land by $90. To this end, landowners tend to enter into short-term lease agreements. From this it follows that the tenant capitalists are not interested in large expenditures which have an effect over a long period of time, since the gains from these expenditures are ultimately appropriated by the landlords. The capitalist intensification of agriculture is carried out with the aim of obtaining the greatest profit. In pursuit of high profits, the capitalists use the land rapaciously, developing highly specialized farms with crops of a single crop. For example, in the last quarter of the 19th century in the United States, the lands of the northern states were plowed for sowing mainly grain crops. This led to the destruction of the soil structure, its spraying, and the appearance of dust-black storms. The production of certain crops depends on fluctuations in market prices. As a consequence, under capitalism it is impossible to introduce regular crop rotations, which are the basis of a high culture of agriculture, everywhere. Private ownership of land prevents large-scale reclamation and other works, which pay off only after a number of years. Capitalism is thus incompatible with a rational system of agriculture. Every progress in capitalist agriculture is not only progress in the art of plundering the worker, but also in the art of plundering the soil. Every progress in increasing its fertility for a given period is at the same time progress in destroying the permanent sources of this fertility. 53. The advocates of capitalism, in an attempt to obscure the contradictions of capitalist agriculture and to justify the misery of the masses, assert that agriculture is subject to the action of an eternal, natural law of diminishing fertility of the soil. Every additional labor applied to the land yields a smaller result than the previous one. This invention of bourgeois political economy proceeds from the false assumption that technique in agriculture remains unchanged and that the progress of technique is an exception. As a matter of fact, the additional investment of means of production and labor in one and the same piece of land, as a rule, is associated with the development of technology, with the introduction of new and improved methods of agricultural production, which leads to an increase in the productivity of agricultural labor. The true cause of the depletion of natural fertility and the degradation of capitalist agriculture is not the law of diminishing soil fertility invented by bourgeois economists, but capitalist relations, primarily private ownership of land, which hinder the development of the productive forces of agriculture. As a matter of fact, under capitalism it is not the difficulty of producing agricultural products that increases, but the difficulty of obtaining these products by the workers as a result of their increasing impoverishment. Absolute rent, the price of land. In addition to differential rent, the owner of the land receives absolute rent. Its existence is connected with the existence of a monopoly of private ownership of land. 53K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, page 509. In considering differential rent, it was assumed that the tenant of the worst piece of land, by selling agricultural goods, would gain only the cost of production plus the average profit, i.e., he would not pay the ground rent. But in reality, the owner of even the worst plot will not provide it for cultivation free of charge. The tenant of the worst plot, therefore, must have a surplus over the average profit in order to pay the rent. This means that the market price of agricultural commodities should be higher than the production price at the worst site. Where does this surplus come from? Under capitalism, agriculture lags far behind industry in technical and economic terms. The organic composition of capital in agriculture is lower than in industry. Let us assume that the organic composition of capital in industry averages 80C plus 20V. With a rate of surplus value of 100%, for every $100 of capital, $20 of surplus value is produced, and the price of production is $120. The organic composition of capital in agriculture, for example, is 60C plus 40V. For every $100, $40 of surplus value is produced, and the value of agricultural commodities is $140. The tenant capitalist, like the industrial capitalist, earns an average return on his capital of $20. Accordingly, the price of production of agricultural commodities is equal to $120. Under these conditions, the absolute rent will be equal to $140 to $120. From all this it follows that the value of agricultural commodities is higher than the total price of production, and that the magnitude of surplus value in agriculture is greater than the average profit. This surplus of surplus value over the average profit is the source of absolute rent. If there were no private ownership of land, this surplus would be redistributed among the capitalists, and agricultural products would then be sold at prices of production. But private ownership of land hinders free competition, the transfer of capital from industry to agriculture, and the formation of average profits, which are common to agricultural and industrial enterprises. Agricultural products are therefore sold at a price corresponding to their value, i.e., above the general price of production. To what extent this difference can be realized and converted into absolute rent depends on the level of market prices which is established by competition. The monopoly of private ownership of land is thus the cause of the existence of an absolute rent paid on every piece of land, irrespective of its fertility and location. Absolute rent is the surplus of surplus value over the average profit, created in agriculture as a result of the lower organic composition of capital than in industry, and appropriated by the landlords by virtue of private ownership of land. In addition to differential and absolute rent, there is monopoly rent under capitalism. Monopoly rent is an additional income derived from the excess of the price over the value of a commodity produced under particularly favorable natural conditions. Such, for example, is the rent for land on which it is possible to produce rare agricultural crops in limited quantities, for example, especially valuable varieties of grapes, citrus fruits, etc., and the rent for the use of water in areas of irrigated agriculture. As a rule, the commodities produced under these conditions are sold at prices higher than their value, i.e., at monopoly prices. Monopoly rent in agriculture is paid at the expense of the consumer. The parasitic class of large landowners, who have nothing to do with material production, by virtue of the monopoly of private ownership of land, uses the achievements of technical progress in agriculture in the interests of their enrichment. Ground rent is a tribute which society under capitalism is forced to pay to the large landowners. The existence of absolute and monopoly rent increases the price of agricultural products, foodstuffs for the workers, raw materials for industry. The existence of differential rent deprives society of all the benefits of a higher productivity of labor on fertile land, and places these benefits in the hands of the landed class and the capitalist farmers. How burdensome ground rent is for society is shown by the fact that in the United States, according to the data of 19,351,937, it amounted to 26 to 29% in the price of corn, and 26 to 36% in the price of wheat. Vast sums of money are diverted from the productive use of them in agriculture in the purchase of land. With the exception of artificial structures and improvements, buildings, irrigation, drainage of swamps, fertilization, land in itself has no value, since it is not the product of human labor. However, land, which has no value, is an object of purchase and sale under capitalism and has a price. This is due to the fact that the land has been taken over by landowners into private ownership. The price of a plot of land is determined depending on the annual rent it brings and the level of interest paid by the bank on deposits. The price of land is equal to the sum of money which, when deposited in the bank, will yield in the form of interest a revenue of the same magnitude as the rent received from the land. Let us suppose that a plot of land yields $300 in rent a year, and that the bank pays 4% on deposits. In this case, the price of the plot will be 100 divided by 4 equals $7,500. Thus, the price of land is capitalized rent. The price of land is the higher the amount of rent and the lower the rate of interest. With the development of capitalism, the amount of rent increases. This leads to a systematic increase in land prices. The price of land is also rising as a result of the tendency of the rate of interest to fall. The following figures give an idea of the increase in land prices. The value of farms in the United States increased by more than $20 billion over 10 years, from 1900 to 1910. Of this amount, the increase in the cost of inventory, buildings, etc. was only $5 billion, and the remaining $15 billion was due to an increase in the price of land. Over the next decade, the total price of farms increased by $37 billion. Of this amount, more than $26 billion accounted for the increase in the price of land. Rent in the mining industry. Rent for building plots. Ground rent exists not only in agriculture. It is received by the owners of plots of land from the depths of which minerals, ore, coal, oil, etc. are extracted, as well as by the owners of construction sites in cities and industrial centers, when residential buildings, industrial and commercial enterprises, public buildings, etc., are erected on these plots. Rent in extractive industry is formed in exactly the same way as agricultural rent. Mines, oil fields differ in the richness of reserves, the depth of occurrence, and the distance from points of sale. Unequal capital is invested in them. Therefore, the individual production price of each ton of ore, coal, and oil differs from the total production price. But on the market, each of these commodities is sold at the general price of production, which is determined by the worst conditions of production. The surplus profit thus obtained in the best and middle mines, and oil fields, forms the differential rent which is collected by the landlord. In addition, the landlords charge absolute rent from every piece of land, regardless of the wealth of the minerals contained in it. It is the surplus of value over the total price of production. The existence of this surplus is explained by the fact that in the extractive industry, the organic composition of capital, owing to the comparatively low level of mechanization and the absence of costs for purchased raw materials, is lower than the industrial average. Absolute rent raises the prices of ore, coal, oil, etc. Finally, in the extractive industry, there is a monopoly rent on those pieces of land where extremely rare minerals are mined and sold at prices higher than the value of their extraction. The ground rent exacted by large landowners from mines, and oil fields hinders the rational use of the earth's subsoil. Private ownership of land leads to the fragmentation of the enterprises of the extractive industry, which greatly impairs the possibilities of mechanization, complicates transportation, sorting of minerals, and so on. Rent for building plots is paid to the landowner for the lease of land for the construction of residential buildings, industrial, commercial, and other enterprises. The main mass of ground rent in the cities is the rent of the land under the dwelling houses. The location of construction plots has a huge impact on the amount of differential rent for construction plots. Plots located closer to the city center and to industrial enterprises are charged the highest rent. Such is one of the reasons why in the big cities of the capitalist countries skyscrapers are piled up next to each other, that there is overcrowding of dwellings, narrow streets, and so forth. In addition to differential and absolute rent, the owners of urban land, in view of the extreme scarcity of land in many cities and industrial centers, levy a tribute from society in the form of monopoly rent, which raises rents enormously. Due to the growth of the urban population, the owners of urban land inflate the rent for construction plots, which slows down housing construction. Workers are forced to huddle in slums. Rising rents lower the real wages of workers. The monopoly of private ownership of land hinders the development of industry. In order to build an industrial enterprise, the capitalist must spend unproductively on the purchase of land or on the payment of ground rent for a rented piece of land. Ground rent is a great expense in the manufacturing industry. How large the size of land rents for construction sites is shown by the fact that out of the total amount of rent of £155 million received annually by English landlords in the 30s of the XX century, £100 million accounted for urban land rent. Land prices in big cities are rising rapidly. Large-scale and small-scale production in agriculture. The economic laws of the development of capitalism are the same for industry and agriculture. The concentration of production in agriculture, as well as in industry, leads to the ousting of small farms by large capitalist farms, which inevitably sharpens class contradictions. Defenders of capitalism are interested in obscuring and concealing this process. By falsifying reality, they created a false theory of the stability of small peasant farming. According to this theory, small peasant farming allegedly retains stability in the struggle against large-scale farming. As a matter of fact, large-scale production in agriculture has a number of decisive advantages over small-scale production. The advantages of large-scale production are, first of all, that it has the opportunity to use expensive machines, tractors, combines, etc., which increase labor productivity many times over. Under the conditions of the capitalist mode of production, machine technics is concentrated in the hands of the capitalist farm elite and is inaccessible to the working strata of the countryside. In the United States in 1940, only 23.1% of the total number of farmers owned tractors. Small and medium-sized farmers continued to work in the old way, using a horse or mule, and many farms in the South had neither horse nor mule. Large-scale production receives all the benefits from capitalist cooperation and division of labor. An important advantage of large-scale production is its high marketability. Large and largest agricultural enterprises in the United States provide the vast majority of all commercial agricultural products. At the same time, the majority of farmers are essentially engaged in consumer farming. They do not have enough of their products even to satisfy the basic needs of their families. Small landed property, by its very nature, excludes the development of social productive forces of labor, social forms of labor, social concentration of capital, large-scale cattle breeding, and the progressive application of science. 54. However, the process of the growth of large-scale production and the displacement of small-scale production in agriculture, which is characteristic of capitalism, has its own peculiarities. Large-scale capitalist agricultural enterprises are developing mainly along the path of economic intensification. Often a small farm is a large capitalist enterprise in terms of the size of the gross and marketable output produced. The concentration of agricultural production in the large capitalist economies is often accompanied by an increase in the number of the smallest peasant farms. The existence of a considerable number of such small farms in the highly developed capitalist countries is explained by the fact that the capitalists are interested in preserving farm laborers with small plots of land in order to exploit them. The development of large-scale capitalist agricultural production is proceeding on the basis of the intensification of the differentiation of the peasantry, the growth of bondage, and the impoverishment and ruin of millions of small and medium-sized peasant farms. 54K. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, 1953, page 820. In Tsarist Russia before the October Revolution, among peasant farms there were 65% of poor peasants, 20% of middle peasants and 15% of kulaks. In France, the number of landowners decreased from 7 to 7.5 million in 1850 to 2.7 million in 1929 due to the expropriation of small peasant farms, and the number of the agricultural proletariat and semi-proletariat reached about 4 million people in 1929. Small-scale farming and agriculture is maintained at the cost of incredible privations, the plundering of the labor of the farmer and his entire family. In spite of the fact that the peasant struggles to save his apparent independence, he loses his land and is ruined. Mortgage credit plays an important role in the dispossession of the peasantry. A mortgage loan is a loan secured by land and real estate. When a farmer who farms his own land is in need of money for urgent payments, e.g., taxes, he applies to the bank for a loan. It is not uncommon for a loan to be taken to buy a piece of land. The bank lends a certain amount of money secured by a land plot. If the money is not returned on time, the land becomes the property of the bank. As a matter of fact, the bank becomes the real owner of the land even earlier, because the debtor farmer is compelled to give it in the form of interest the greater part of his income from the land. In the form of interest, the peasant actually pays the bank a ground rent for his own piece of land. The mortgage debt of American farmers was $3.2 billion in 1910 and $6.6 billion in 1940. According to 1936 data, loan interest and taxes equaled approximately 45% of farmers' net income. Debt to banks is a real scourge of small-scale production in agriculture. The number of mortgaged farms in the United States in 1890 was 28.2%, and in 1940 -43.8% of the total number of farms. Every year, a lot of mortgage trusses are sold under the hammer. Bankrupt farmers are driven off the land. The growth of farm indebtedness expresses the process of separating landed property from agricultural production, concentrating it in the hands of large landowners, and transforming the independent producer into a tenant or hired worker. A large number of small peasants lease small plots of land from large landowners on enslaving terms. The rural bourgeoisie rents land in order to produce for the market and make a profit. This is an entrepreneurial lease. The small peasant tenant is forced to rent a piece of land in order to feed himself. This is the so-called food or starvation rent. As a rule, the rent per hectare for small plots of land is much higher than for large ones. Small peasant rents often absorb not only the whole surplus labor of the peasant, but also a part of his necessary labor. Lease relations here are intertwined with the remnants of serfdom. The most widespread survival of feudalism under capitalism is sharecropping, in which the peasant tenant pays for the leased plot in kind up to half or more of the harvested crop. In the United States of America, the number of tenants increased relative to the total number of farmers from 25.6% in 1880 to 38.7% in 1940. In addition, 10.1% of all farmers were partial owners, that is, they were also forced to rent a certain part of the land they cultivated. Among the tenants, 76.1% were sharecroppers. Although slavery in the United States was officially abolished in the last century, in fact, the economic remnants of slavery, especially in relation to black sharecroppers, still exist today. There are a significant number of sharecropper tenants in France. In addition to the in-kind rent, which amounts to half of the crop, and in some cases even more, they are often obliged to supply the landowners with the products of their economy: cheese, butter, eggs, chickens, etc., just as it was under feudalism. Deepening the opposition between town and country. A characteristic feature of the capitalist mode of production is the sharp lag between agriculture and industry, the deepening and sharpening of the antagonism between town and country. Agriculture lags behind industry in its development, a phenomenon common to all capitalist countries and which is one of the most profound causes of the lack of proportionality between the various branches of the national economy: crises and high prices. 55. Under capitalism, agriculture lags behind industry primarily in terms of the level of productive forces. The development of technique in agriculture is much slower than in industry. Machines are used only on large farms, and small-scale peasant farms are not in a position to use them. At the same time, the capitalist use of machinery leads to the intensification of exploitation and the ruin of the small producer. The widespread use of machinery in agriculture is delayed by the cheapness of labor, which is caused by agrarian overpopulation. Agriculture under capitalism is dominated by manual labor. Capitalism has dramatically increased the lag between the countryside and the city in the field of culture. Cities are centers of science and art. Higher educational institutions, museums, theaters, and cinemas are concentrated in the cities. All the riches of this culture are enjoyed by the exploiting classes. To a very small extent, the proletarian masses can share in the achievements of urban culture. The bulk of the peasant population of the capitalist countries, on the other hand, are cut off from the cultural centers, doomed to poverty and vegetate in ignorance. 55 volts. I. Lenin, New Data on the Laws of Development of Capitalism in Agriculture, Works, Volume 22, page 81. The economic basis of the antagonism between town and country under capitalism is the exploitation of the countryside by the town, the expropriation of the peasantry and the ruin of the majority of the rural population by the whole course of development of capitalist industry, trade and the credit system. The urban bourgeoisie, together with the capitalist farmers and landlords, exploit the vast masses of the peasantry. The forms of this exploitation are manifold. The industrial bourgeoisie and the merchants exploit the countryside by means of high prices for manufactured goods and relatively low prices for agricultural commodities, the banks and usurers by means of enslaving credit, the bourgeois state by means of all kinds of taxes. The millions and billions appropriated by the big landowners through the collection of rent and the sale of land, the interest received by the banks on mortgages, etc., are diverted from the countryside to the town for the purposes of parasitic consumption by the exploiting classes. Thus, the causes of the lag between agriculture and industry, the deepening and sharpening of the antagonism between town and country, are rooted in the system of capitalism itself. Private ownership of land and nationalization of land. With the development of capitalism, private ownership of land becomes more and more parasitic. The class of large landowners seizes in the form of ground rent a huge part of the income derived from agriculture. A large part of the income is diverted from agriculture and falls into the hands of the large landowners through the price of land. All this hinders the development of productive forces and increases the price of agricultural products, which places a heavy burden on the shoulders of the working people. From this it follows that the nationalization of the land has become a social necessity. 56. The nationalization of the land is the transformation of private ownership of land into state property. In justifying the nationalization of land, Lenin proceeded from the existence of two types of monopolies: the monopoly of private ownership of land and the monopoly of land as an object of economy. The nationalization of the land means the abolition of the monopoly of private ownership of land and the absolute rent associated with it. The abolition of absolute rent would lead to a fall in the price of agricultural products. But differential rent would continue to exist, since it is bound up with the monopoly of land as an object of economy. Under capitalism, differential rent would be placed at the disposal of the bourgeois state in the nationalization of the land. The nationalization of the land would remove a number of obstacles to the development of capitalism created by private ownership of land and would free the peasantry from feudal serf survivals. The demand for the nationalization of the land was put forward by the Communist Party during the First Russian Revolution of 1905 to 1907. Lenin believed that the nationalization of the land under the conditions of the bourgeois democratic revolution was possible only with the establishment of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. The nationalization of the land as a demand for the bourgeois democratic revolution does not in itself contain anything socialist. But the abolition of landlordism strengthens the alliance of the proletariat with the main mass of the peasantry and clears the field of the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. In this case, the nationalization of the land makes it easier for the 56K. Marx, Nationalization of the Land, K. Marx and F. Engels, Works, Volume 13, Part 1, page 341. Proletariat, in alliance with the rural poor, to struggle for the bourgeois democratic revolution to develop into a socialist revolution. Developing the Marxist theory of rent, Lenin showed that the nationalization of land within the framework of bourgeois society is feasible only in the period of bourgeois revolutions and is unthinkable when the class struggle of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie becomes very acute. 57. In the epoch of developed capitalism, when the task of the socialist revolution is on the order of the day, the nationalization of the land cannot be carried out within the framework of bourgeois society for the following reasons. In the first place, the bourgeoisie does not dare to abolish private ownership of land, fearing that, in connection with the growth of the revolutionary movement of the proletariat, this may shake the foundations of private property in general. Secondly, the capitalists themselves acquired landed property. The interests of the bourgeois class and the landowning class are becoming more and more intertwined. In the struggle against the proletariat and the peasantry, they always act together. The whole course of the historical development of capitalism confirms that in bourgeois society the main masses of the peasantry, mercilessly exploited by capitalists, landlords, usurers and traders, are inevitably doomed to ruin and poverty. Under capitalism the small peasants cannot hope for an improvement in their condition. That is why the fundamental interests of the main mass of the peasantry coincide with the interests of the proletariat. This is the economic basis of the alliance of the proletariat with the toiling peasantry in their common struggle against the capitalist system. 57 volts. I. Lenin, The Agrarian Program of Social Democracy in the First Russian Revolution of 1905 to 1907, Works, Volume 13, page 291.